Hello, hello, hello. For those of you who have been patiently waiting, I am sorry. For those of you who have no idea what's going on, I'm still sorry. For those of you unfamiliar with what the crap has been going on, I was actually up early today. Even though I went to bed late, I actually got up early, dragged myself out of bed, got myself clean, I was all brushed up, study. I had literally just gotten dressed and was literally right about I was like 5 minutes from starting the stream. I was getting everything set up. And there was a knock at the door, and it was the people who are here to work on the heater, which is about, actually, it might not even be 10 feet, but it's about 10 feet that way. And, they spent 6 frickety hours working on it, including an hour plus long lunch, by the way. And so, for those of you not aware, I've just been sitting here most of this time. I mean, I've gotten some work done. I've done some work for the WoW Lorerun. I managed to get a few other things lined up. I did some graphics work. I cleaned up some of the website. I did some taxes. But I'm just sitting there like waiting. Now you might be like, "Well, Arsh, why didn't you just start recording anyways?" They were doing heavy work, like sawing metal, drilling the walls, and having the arc light torch or torches or whatever, just So yeah, I'm in a bit of a bad mood as a result of being delayed on something that I was already late on 6 hours. Let's get this out of the way right off the bat. We need to make a decision, guys, or rather, you need to make a decision. No, I really was actually doing some taxes. I'm self-employed, so I have to pay taxes quarterly. So I have to basically keep up with it fairly regularly. Track business expenses, track income, track what's going where, etc. But anyway, so this is what it boils down to. We can either try and commit to finishing Heart of the Swarm today, now that it's frickin' 4. I don't know how that's physically possible, but basically it would mean just staying up until we're done. Just committing to staying up today. Oh, I didn't get to take a nap in like I wanted to either, because loud noises and sawing and drilling and all that fun stuff, so I couldn't nap either, which is a shame, because that would have been actually my goal. But anyways, so we can commit to the end of the night, or we can delay Legacy and just finish a part tomorrow. These are our options here in reality. So I'm going to set up a poll. Poll open, commit to tonight, however long it takes, or finish part tomorrow. 1 or 2. Get your voice heard, please, and thank you. For now, let's get the hell on with this. My train of thought is gone. I spent most of my morning refreshing, like before I started everything, before they showed up, I spent most of my morning refreshing myself on lore and things and all this stuff I wanted to share, and then it was destroyed by 6 hours of stupid. So forgive me if I'm kind of out of the saddle, so to speak, here. So we're just going to start the next mission and see how this works. I will say this. Heart of the Swarm, most of the lore is actually a little more obvious, which is funny because Andre and I were actually talking about that earlier. But yeah, the actual writers of Heart of the Swarm have actually gone on record as saying that they actually wanted to do more visual storytelling instead of having big expositional scenes, but they were so cramped for time in their time budget that they couldn't actually do it. They couldn't actually put all of the visual storytelling in the missions and in the cutscenes like they wanted to. So they did as much as they could, and then there's a fairly large amount of big, expository cutscenes. And so that's one of the reasons why that's a thing. So forgive me, most of the time I'm just going to be showcasing all of this stuff rather than doing that. Now, the other thing about Heart of the Swarm, I know, you guys want me to start the game. I do have some things to talk about here. Heart of the original Starcraft and Brood War were much more about the plot and to an extent the setting. Mostly the plot, though. It was all about the war against the Zerg and the war against the Overmind in the first game. And the second game, it was all about the various factions and the politics of the Caprula sector and the betrayals and the deaths and all this wonderful stuff. Wings of Liberty was extremely character-focused. It was all about Raynor, Tychus, Kerrigan, the Queen of Blades, Mensk, Matt Horner. All the characters got a decent amount of time on it, and it was a much more down-to-earth, personal feeling story as you were playing these rebel bands who were all basically knew each other and were working together. And then there was this game, Heart of the Swarm, which is also very personal, although for a very different reason. The irony is Heart of the Swarm a game that is all about the Zerg, has a fairly large amount of politics to it. But it's all internal politics. You see how the Swarm interacts with itself on an internal level. This is arguably the first really good look we get at the inner workings of the Swarm. Now, I know what you're going to say. Well, that's not true. We saw that in the original Starcraft. Yes, but that was a very different Swarm. You're right. We did see the inner workings of the Overmind Swarm back then, from the perspective of a Cerebrate. But in this case, we get to see things from the perspective of someone who is effectively an outsider. See, Kerrigan, this is another reason I've mentioned several times. I'm audible, right? Okay, just making sure. This is one of the reasons why I mentioned that I feel like Kerrigan at most only vaguely remembers things. Because she will constantly be talking to people in the Swarm who recognize her and say, oh yes, Queen of Blades, we totally serve you. And she's like, who the heck are you again? I mean, what are you doing? Yes, this is effectively the free Swarm. We'll be talking a little bit more about what she does with the Swarm and how she restructured the Swarm. We'll be talking more about Abathur. We'll be talking more about Inrias, or how the heck you pronounce her name, and the Broodmothers. We'll be just covering all of that. But as a whole, Heart of the Swarm is also a very personal story. However, it's like the inverse of Wings of Liberty. In Wings of Liberty, we actually, as much as Raynor was on screen a lot of it was not his personal character development so much as we see lots of all these other people around him, and that emphasizes his character development. With Kerrigan, there are still lots of people around them, but it's her character development pushing out, if that makes any sense. I'm probably describing this wrong. The emphasis, all of the development, all of the insight into Raynor's character comes from not Raynor in Wings of Liberty. We see it through Tychus, we see it through Horner, we see it through his interactions with Mensk, we see it through Valerian and Warfield. In this one, all the character development is straight on Kerrigan and the way she personally interacts with others. So instead of the internal character development is actually external, or rather exodus rather than ingress, if that makes any sense. Now, I mention this as well because I'm very, very curious how Legacy of the Void is going to approach its structure in its storytelling style. Is it going to be very character-focused? Because they could do that. I mean, you could be like, well, there aren't really that many characters. I mean, well, we've got Artanis and Zeratul, and that's kind of it. Selendis is barely established, and there's a handful of other names, Protoss, we know nothing about. I mean, how are you going to have a character-focused Legacy of the Void? Welcome back, Nothersum. However, you could still do that, and I have this game as an example. How many people knew about Abathur before Heart of the Swarm? How many people knew about Isha? How many people knew about the Broodmothers and Zagara? You see where I'm going with this? It is possible to have a very heavy character-focused story even while having brand new characters in order to help flesh out the existing ones and vice versa. So it is very possible we will have a very character-focused Protoss story. It is also possible we'll have a very plot-focused Protoss story, since if you think about it, both Wings of Liberty and Heart of the Swarm both were telling the same tale. Really, they are two pieces of a very cohesive whole. This is one story here. It's Raynor completes his arc, Kerrigan completes her arc, and I sure as hell did Leander. And the setup of everything is completed by the end of Heart of the Swarm. We know about Amon, we know about the hybrids, we know what they're after, we know what they're capable of. We have seen them in action, we have a name. This is the first game where we finally learn Amon's name. And so all of that establishment has been done as of now. So Legacy of the Void could switch it up and really, really focus on the plot, the big war against Amon. It could pull a Return of the King kind of a situation. Or it could pull an Empire Strikes Back and really be, knuckling in and showcasing more of the salient characters. We don't actually know. I'm just mentioning food for thought because I'm curious how it's going to work. But for this one, well, you guys know me. I love character stories, so it's one of the reasons I actually really, really like Heart of the Swarm, despite its flaws, and it does have flaws. And now I'm going to shush because a cutscene's about to play. Forgive me for being slightly out of breath. I had to help them carry a fairly large box out, and it kicked my asthma in again. So, what is this? Ah!
You made a mess down there, Sarah.
Starting to regret bringing me back?
Never.
I heard about what happened with your friend Tychus. I'm sorry.
He made his choice. I made mine.
Maybe you should have let him kill me. I slaughtered millions as the Queen of Blades.
That wasn't you, Sarah. Leave the past behind, and let's focus on getting out of here. I'll suit up and meet you here in an hour.
Okay. That sounds good.
My ship is prepped and we're ready to go. Heading your way now.
So I feel like pointing something out. Thank you, Andre. This is just wonderful hilarity, because this is the nature of a tragic setting. Wow, guys, that's a very one-sided vote. This is the nature of a tragedy, okay? She probably, as much as she has her revenge desire for Mensk, in all honesty, I could see it. If she actually had left with Raynor here, she probably would have just tried to settle down and do her own thing and just leave all this crap behind. At the most, she would have just joined the Raiders and continued the good fight against... you shouldn't see a red line now. It should be gone. Please verify. She could have just continued the good fight, and that would have been the end of it, right? Of course, that if that had happened, it is very, very likely that the hybrids would have taken control of the swarm, and then Amon would have taken control of the hybrids, and then the galaxy would have been destroyed. In other words, for both Raynor and Kerrigan to have a good ending, basically, the galaxy would have had to have been destroyed. This is why I mentioned this already. It is such a beautiful irony, because what's about to happen, I'll just go ahead and spoil this, sorry. We're about to be attacked by Mensk, pretty much out of the blue. And this attack is going to drive these two apart in a way that's very relevant. We'll get to that later. And Kerrigan is going to have to go through hell, more or less literally, in order to recover from it. And in so doing, she is going to reclaim the sword. There really should be no red line, Pietro. Seriously. It should be gone. I see no red line. It was there to help me... Oh, I see it. It's at the top. I hate capturing game like this. It's a really irritating way to do it. There we go. Now it should be gone. Anyways. Okay, so. This is the second time the villain... Excuse me, the third time Mensk has defeated himself. For all his cunning, for all his intellect, for all his power, for all his knowledge, for all his charisma, for all his skill... He defeated himself when he couldn't resist revenge against Tarsonis and Kerrigan. He defeated himself when he basically empowered Raynor to be able to rebel against him. And he defeated... Actually, you could argue there's a fourth one. He defeated himself when he put Valerian in a position to take over for him. And he defeated himself by attacking here at this moment because he could not let go. Now, this is funny because at the same time, and this is, again, the nature of a tragedy... It makes perfect sense for Mensk to do this, doesn't it? Put yourself in Mensk's shoes for a moment, and pretend that you're, like, not as hideously evil bastard. It's not that hard. So you're not this horribly hideous bastard, right? You're a totally cool guy, but you are in Mensk's position. Kerrigan has just been freed from the swarm, and Raynor is still out there. Do you just let them go? See, the thing is, unlike Raynor, who he could control... Mensk is actually smart enough. I can't believe I'm saying this. Mensk is smart enough to realize he cannot control the Zerg. And he still believes Kerrigan is effectively the Zerg. He is still thinking of her as that. And of course he is, because he doesn't know what the hell's going on. He has no actual understanding of the situation. All of his intel comes from his mole inside the situation, which is frickin' Duran. And do you think Duran is telling him the truth, or something that'll enable him to manipulate him? I mean, what do you think Duran is telling Mensk right about now? It is actually very possible that Duran was literally feeding flat-out lies to Mensk. The Queen of Blades is there, she's hiding, but she will emerge soon, you know, that kind of a thing. Under those circumstances, Mensk literally could not try to go after her. And he comes after her with every freaking thing. And exactly, Krenzler. Mensk was backed into a corner, and in his desperation, he forged the weapon that would end up finally bringing him down. Again, this is a classic, there's a term for that. It's like a circle tragedy. You cause the events that cause your own defeat. And it's true for Kerrigan as well. But anyways, let's go and start the mission finally. Sorry. So this is a great shot. Watch this. They're just firing into the sky. And then, just as this light comes up, you can slowly see the battle cruisers come through the fog. Love that shot.
Warning. Dominion forces in sectors 3, 4, and
Very
6.
unlikely, Night Forager. Very unlikely. Duran is an unmitigated bastard, but he is also purely a slave to Amon. Or at least that's what we think so far. Nova!
Nova, begin your sweep. Find Kerrigan.
Bravo team, acknowledge.
No, British Twitch. It makes so much sense, though, Leander, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Yeah, this is Zealot Nova, by the way. I am very much looking forward to seeing real Nova in the game in next spring. At least I'm hoping it'll be real Nova. So this is...
The killing will never
Yeah.
stop until Mensk is dead.
I love this.
I'm going to make him pay.
She's just thinking about revenge.
That's enough of that.
He's just thinking about her.
Get it together, darling.
Bravo team, come in. Right there, Bravo. All units to sector
I like how he picks up a ghost gun to give to her, by the way. Nice touch. Very nice touch.
It's been a long time.
Like riding a bike.
Yep. Like riding a bike.
So, this will be a common theme throughout the thing, as Leander mentioned, her regaining her humanity through becoming a Zerg. But if you think about it, it does make a great deal of sense. Any given individual tends to show the kind of person they really are when they are at their worst. When they are under duress, when they are basically being completely overwhelmed, right? You see how you really are at your worst. Kerrigan might not have actually had the chance to really change or evolve or move on or adapt, very Zerg, if not for the fact that this happened. But this forced the issue. Notice how she's like, oh, we must kill everyone. And Raynor's like, whoa, 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 no, no, no. That's also good writing, too, because it shows how Raynor is her center. How Raynor's the only one who can really reach the heart. No pun intended, this is more a Kingdom Hearts reference, of Kerrigan. He's the only one who can actually make her realize there is something beyond this. It's also very appropriate since Raynor himself has already gone through the revenge cycle and has gotten to the point where he doesn't really care about revenge anymore. Not like he used to. I mean, he probably still wants to go after Mensk, but at this point, Raynor wants to go after Mensk more because it's the right thing to do than because, damn it, I want to put a bullet through his head, right? So... this is, as opposed to the blind leading the blind, this is a blind man who regained his sight leading the blind, hoping that she will regain her sight as well. I also really, really love the implication that... how do I put this? These two people have not really had... oh, she is correct, Kemek. But the point is she's taking it to an extreme. She is saying she's saying Mensk is all that matters. Raynor then grabs her and says, he doesn't say it. This is, again, that non-verbal communication. Raynor grabs her and is like, no, there's something other than just killing Mensk. And notice how her expression softens so much, and her voice and her tone softens when she finally realizes that what he's saying and what he's implying there. Anyways, so... I also like the implication. These two have not really had a chance to really catch up. Remember, for all intents and purposes, she basically... the last time she really interacted with Raynor was on Tarsonis 5 years ago at this point, or however long it's been. I think it's about 5 years at this point. So, you know, there's a lot of catching up and talking and chatting that they'd like to do. They had a little bit of that during Flashpoint, but that was a fairly short period of time, a few days. So, the great irony of this is some people adjust better, adapt better, function better when they're working. And what is work for Kerrigan except having the Ghost Gauze rifle in her hands and being able to, fight alongside Raynor again. Remember, as I mentioned, Raynor and Kerrigan did a lot of missions together, other than the ones we actually saw on camera during the original Starcraft. So the two of them doing a duo mission again is something that they used to do all the time, which also harkens back to that riding a bike comment. A great, wonderful way for her to adapt, to adjust, because it's something comfortable. It's something she knows. It's something that is normal. When everything else has been horrible and when everything else is wrong, we as human beings, we like to cling to things that are normal, that we know, that we understand. And so as horrible as it sounds, her shooting her way out of a besieged Umosian base is much more normal to her. And so pay attention to the banter between the two. There will be a lot of genuine camaraderie and friendship, in addition to any romantic tinges between the two of them throughout the course of this mission. I think I need to raise this just a bit. Whoop, too much. How's that? Well, see, now if I... this thing is so finicky. Ah. Maybe. Oh, shoot.
Jim, do you read me?
We read you.
Kerrigan, I'm glad you're alive, but we're cut off from your location. You'll have to fight your way across the lab to the tram station. That will take you to Jim's ship.
Roger that, Junior. We can handle it.
Now, there's a lot of gameplay and story integration in this. Notice we don't control Raynor here. That is wonderfully subtle. The fact that we only control Kerrigan through this.
Let's move out.
Also, this is a great shot of what the emotion aesthetic is like. I really hope we get to see more of the emotions in the future. Love this.
Marauder ahead. I'll take him out with a kinetic blast.
Hostiles on the right.
Work to be done.
One of the other things I've noticed is some people, this is true in real life very much, some people just naturally work well together.
Insertion team. Help us take them out.
Okay.
Sweeping. Pushing ahead.
Some people just naturally work together better. If I can use a real-life example, me and Pax actually have a huge amount of just, he does something, I do something. We don't need to even talk while we're grouped in a game or whatever. We just naturally work together extremely well. So, and I mention this because there's something that just clicks when you're someone who works really, really well with someone else. When it's just boom, 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 pure teamwork. That is exactly what this mission is intended to imply. And again, remember, we don't control Raynor. That's the subtlety of it. Raynor adapts his AI. He's got a custom script, which I've looked at, which is brilliant, which adapts itself to your actions and your movements so that it showcases that teamwork as we, the players, feel it, because we don't need to control both characters. We just control the one. No, by the way. No, Zed. We just control the one, and he adapts to us, and he works with us. It's a great, great example of story and gameplay integration. I love it.
Same page.
Raynor, Kerrigan, this recovery terminal will heal you and restore some of your energy. Good luck.
Now tell me about it, Fearsome. We are going to rock
This thing
face.
is all out of juice.
Those Marines are clustered pretty tight. I should be able to handle them all with crushing grip.
You just extract the map and then look that up in the map editor. That's all you have to
Covering
do.
ground.
Another wave of Dominion insertion teams incoming.
Look up. Pushing ahead. Where are the Umojans going?
Let them go their way. We'll go ours.
Right.
Oh, it expanded tremendously on it, which I think is natural. Again, Wings of Liberty wasn't just the story, from a gameplay perspective, of Raynor. Rings of Liberty, hey RTR. Wings of Liberty was all about the Wings of Liberty, Horner and the Rebellion and Tychus and Raynor and all that. So you always controlled the units, the squad, etc. In virtually every Zerg mission, you're controlling Kerrigan and occasionally the Swarm, because the focus is on the heart of the Swarm. I was talking about this earlier. She really is the focus, the centerpiece for this entire arc. So it is natural for them to look at that and say, well, they could have just given you a standard hero unit, like old StarCraft, you know, like, better stats and that's it. But they actually bothered to actually give her levels and different abilities you can use, a talent tree, and ways to customize her so you actually had her as a hero unit, Warcraft 3 style, or even more, actually, than ever before. I'm really hoping we see a third new mechanic in Legacy of the Void, you know, fingers crossed. I think that would be really awesome to emphasize the Protoss story, but we'll see. I have suspicions that the Spear of Adun will be that third mechanic. No men.
The corridor is blocked. You'll have to cut through the sublevel to reach the tram.
Covering ground. Sweeping.
I remember this section.
Come in, Valerian. The main corridor is blocked. Can you open side door A12?
I can. Be ready, though. The Zerg specimens got loose in the attack.
Yes, I can sense them down there, but I don't think I should control them again.
I won't ask you to do that. We'll handle them.
Note what she says, by the
Open
way.
in 3, 2, 1.
I don't think I should control them. Not I don't think I can. I don't think I should.
Many Zerglings!
I just think that's an interesting way to phrase that. Like I said, Kimmik, I think it should be heart-specific, because it is relevant to the theme and point of Heart. Whereas Legacy should have its own thing. Just my opinion.
Kerrigan.
Hey, Dragoon.
Our forces have taken control of the security hub. We're putting this facility on lockdown. Make this easy on everyone, and surrender now.
Shut up, Nova. Zealot Nova, excuse me. Need to be more clear.
On the same page.
Yeah, I don't
They're
blame her.
trying to trap us.
Come on, darling. We gotta make it through those doors.
Sweeping. Work to be
So, remember, at this point in time, we still don't fully understand what happened with Kerrigan, what changed with her, how things developed, etc. Now, of course, you talking to me now, we understand exactly what happened with Kerrigan, so we know her taking over the Zerg would actually do nothing to her. She'd be fine. It doesn't affect her like that. She doesn't know that, though. And be honest with us, guys. If you were in her position, wouldn't you be terrified of reverting or losing yourself or degenerating in some way if you did that?
This reminds me of the old days.
Could you just imagine what it'd be like? I mean, this is like someone who was a recovering alcoholic taken to 11. Now, I say that that's kind of a bad analogy, because a recovering alcoholic knows. And I know a couple people who are recovering alcoholics, who have recovered, I should say, who know that even one drink is too much. They can't just do even that one drink. So they know that they would revert if they did so. However, in her case, she doesn't know. She's just afraid of it. And, Azul, what? Now, it's funny you say that. Let's talk about one other thing really quick. I know. You hate it when I chat endlessly about lore. The original plotline for Kerrigan was completely different. And I gotta be honest, I don't like the original plotline. Here's the original plotline. So here's Kerrigan, and she's like, aha! And as she went throughout the campaign, she would slowly become more and more Zerg until she'd be the Queen of Blades again. Not Kerrigan, to make that clear. She would have been completely controlled and subsumed by the other entity, the separate entity of the Queen of Blades, and then she would be like, I am now the Queen of Blades. Die, die, die. And that was the original plot arc for Kerrigan. Don't actually like that idea. Not just because I'm a sucker for a good character arc for hers, but it would have just been the expected thing. It would have just been, really? And she's the Queen of Blades again. That's great. Wings of Liberty was completely pointless. That would have just struck me as lame. That is just my opinion. I will stress that. But that was the original arc she was going to go through. And they looked at it and they decided, and several people looked at it and were like, this is playing it safe. And I like this because I tend to encourage writers to do things that are not safe. And so that was actually their reasoning. See you around, Sonashi. You have a good one, man. Hope to see you tomorrow. But yeah, it would have been just reverting to Flat Zero. It's like, okay, and now she's the Queen of Blades again. And it was, and now let's be honest, that was the safe thing to do. That was the safe storyline to do. Nothing changes, the status quo has remained, and we move on. And several of the writers looked at it and said, let's change this. And they completely reworked it, and they further emphasized the two personalities thing, and they changed their minds about a few things about how Kerrigan worked and what happened with the depowering. And they're like, you know what? Why don't we have her make her decisions without an external influence? That's right, Kerrigan's story is one that is not a corruption story. Yes, a non-corruption story for a main character in a Blizzard game. It took us 50 years, but we got there, guys. But seriously, that's exactly what they did. Because if you think about it, the Queen of Blades taking over thing again is yet another Blizzard corruption story, just like they do way too much. Don't get me wrong, I love Blizzard stories, I really do. But the corruption story arc is just a little bit overdone with their stories across all of their franchises. So I like that Kerrigan's arc in Heart of the Swarm has no corruption in it at all. She's not being affected by the Swarm, although arguably the Swarm is being affected by her. And she just makes her own choices and her own decisions based on her own choice. Based on her. Exactly. This is this is not actually... It's a weird form of a redemption story by embracing what once corrupted her and actually choosing to use it, but for completely different reasons, and again, without external influence. And I love it. I love it. But anyways, so.
My hair's got more gray in it.
And my hair's got more Zerg.
Right.
Don't even dare, Baroness. I know what you're thinking. Don't you even dare.
Pushing ahead.
Welcome back, Reach.
Right. We made it. Same page. I gotcha.
She believes in her own sense of justice.
I gotcha.
Also, I want to point out one other nice little bit of gameplay and story integration. The first real mission, which is this one, of Heart of the Swarm, is a mission that is all about... I already talked about that guy. I'll talk about the hybrid thing again. The very first mission that we see with her is all about her. Remember, we control one unit this entire time, her. And it's a dungeon-style thing with hero levels and hero abilities and all that stuff, which is very thematically significant because that's exactly what Heart of the Swarm is. It's all her story. And they just show that through the gameplay, which is nice because Wings of Liberty actually kind of does that too. Shut up, third leg. Wings of Liberty's first real mission was the mission in which you control a base that you have to recruit local people from who are being oppressed and use that to save the locals, which again is very indicative of Wings of Liberty's story. In both cases, too, these are also the second mission in their things, as opposed to the very first mission. So we get the tutorial mission in both cases, and then we get the second mission, which actually helps establish the tone of the entire game. So that's a nice integration there.
Covering ground. Work to be done.
Now, I can go ahead and explain the hair thing really, really simple.
Like a kinetic blast.
And you're going to hate the explanation. You ready for it? Oh, wrong button.
Sweeping.
Ready for the explanation, guys?
Heading out.
They liked the look of the Zerg hair a lot, so they kept it.
It's a mess down here.
We've been through worse together.
Target acquired. Located Kerrigan and Raynor.
I gotcha. Right.
I'm not kidding, by the way. That's the stated reason.
Lord, woman. How many Zerglings did you make?
Yeah, I may have gone a little overboard. Sweeping.
Yeah, remember, she made all these Zerg.
Pushing
Most of
ahead.
them, anyways.
Destroy the debris. We gotta reach that door.
Heading out. Sweeping.
We made it.
Are you surprised?
A little
Keep
bit.
going. There's only one more door between you and the tram station.
Damn it, I keep hitting the wrong buttons.
Covering ground.
I mean, I could probably come up with a
sense
lore
a lot
reason
of
for it,
dominion in the next room.
but there's no given lore reason for it. I could theory, basically, in
On
other
the
words.
same page.
But, yeah.
Looks like a rough fight.
They have caged Zerg in there.
That's true,
We can
Kamek.
use this console to set them loose.
Or we can use it to activate the gas defenses.
Yeah, And I do agree, the fact that she has the hair is a very quick and immediate emphasis to the fact that she is no longer truly human in any real sense of the word. Let's release the swarm.
What the hell? Who opened the cages?
Make sure to vote if you have not.
Now we've got the Zerg to deal with.
Yeah, we can do
Still
this.
and even the odds. Let's go.
Work to be done.
I can handle the Zerg. They're not a big deal. Hubris, hubris, hubris.
Covering ground.
I'd like to say I
Under
really,
heavy fire
really
here.
love the music of Starcraft 2. Damn it, Night Forger.
I gotcha. Right.
Now for the train
We
mission.
made it. The tram is about to leave.
Jim, we're in full retreat. I'm en route to the Hyperion.
Roger that, Valerian. Hail us when you're on the bridge.
Just you and me now, Jim. Let's move out.
Actually, I did notice that she uses abilities the hybrids use. Of course, I've already given my theory on that.
Breached the tunnel.
Like I said, there's actually a fairly large amount of evidence that she is a hybrid, human hybrid. Yes, I could, Night Forger. Well, there's this guy, a Russian guy, and he's doing a lore run, so thank God we lived.
Covering ground.
Actually, guys, I am Valve. I've been meaning to tell you for a while. Gabe Newell's a cool guy, but I've been using him as a puppet for years and years. Sorry.
Heading out.
The tram's picking up pace.
So,
Stay frosty, kids.
this is another interesting example of what they can do with the engine. This step of the mission is basically them playing with the engine. See, we're not actually moving. This is a great trick. They're actually moving the terrain under us as we travel, and that's what's actually traveling. The platform that we're on actually isn't moving at all, which is a great trick and gives us the impression of us being on this tram, which is moving forward. So.
Heading out. Right.
Our allies are
Work to be done.
Hey, I know someone who actually does, all joking aside, I do know someone who
We're out
works
of
at
the
Blizzard.
labs. We're exposed out here until we reach the shuttle bay.
And then we go outside. This is just a great effect. I'm really impressed with what they can do with the StarCraft 2 engine. Really. It's one of the reasons I've said many, many times they do not need a new engine or a new game. They just need new content.
our allies are being attacked.
Whoops, whoops,
On the
down.
same page. I gotcha.
Yeah, I've seen that in FPSs as well. And in fact, I've seen that in WoW. WoW does that too.
Allies are being attacked.
But it's really well done. Like, they do a lot of little things to help you make it look like you really are moving. Which is pretty impressive, I think. Yeah, the engine health actually affects your arrival time, which is great. Although that's only really relevant on higher
I can
difficulties.
take it out with a kinetic blast. Pushing ahead. Work to be done. Pushing ahead.
I know this is kind of an unpopular opinion, but I just like to say I really, really like the Heart of the Swarm missions. I'm sorry, hate me if you must, but I really do. There's only one mission in Heart of the Swarm that I don't actively love. And, oh, by the way, the slowing terrain to show that we're getting there. Nice touch. Anyways, and that mission is the frickin' shuttles one, which you guys have actually seen me
Dominion
play
is
several
deploying
times.
some kind of heavy mech in the shuttle bay. Move out! We have to hold them off until the evacuation is complete.
Almost there. Let's follow these guys to the shuttle bay.
Covering
Onwards.
ground.
Let's follow these guys, by which I mean get ahead of them. Yeah, I also like the fact that we're basically hearing... Everything is functioning as if we're going to be the Terrans.
Right.
Now, that being said, some people think that was being a bit disingenuous, because nobody in the world believes the Zerg expansion is going to be Terran-focused.
Covering ground.
Although, that would have certainly shaken things up, wouldn't it? If they had pulled a Frozen Throne. Boss fight!
Archangel in position. I've got the shuttle bay secured. All Dominion forces, push forward.
Jim, the Archangel is between us and your shuttle. Jim!
Damn it. Sarah, I'll find another way to you.
Well, you better hurry, or I'll kill this thing without you.
So this really is a WoW boss fight, and forgive me for, again, an unpopular opinion, but I like this. This is a fun boss fight. Very first time I fought this, I got the achievement for not getting hit, by the way. Which, yes, I am proud of. There's an achievement for just not getting hit by this guy.
Bring him down. On the same page.
Target's locked. Drop the pods.
Work to be done.
Now, it's not as hard as you'd think. It just requires being on top of things, but
Pushing ahead.
still, I was pretty amused by that. I shared that with one of the people I was raiding with at the time, and they're like, yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
This is a good time for a kinetic blast. On the same page. Covering ground. I gotcha. Sweeping. Right.
I have heard a lot of people complain about the WoW bosses. This is not the only one. And I've heard a lot of people complain about the missions in Heart of the Storm in general.
Drop pods incoming.
Heading out. Right. Pushing ahead. Right. I gotcha.
I do like how they basically cheat to give you warnings of what's happening and where things are happening. It's a nice touch.
Sweeping. On the same page. Work to be done. Covering ground. Pushing ahead. I gotcha. Sweeping.
I don't know, Kamek.
On the same page.
That would be almost funny, Darth Potatoes.
Covering ground.
To at least me.
Pushing ahead.
Crunch. Alright, real quick. You remember how I mentioned it would be interesting? I gotta explain what I meant by that. For those of you who have not played Frozen Throne, or not watched my Lorerun of Frozen Throne, when you get to the human mission, the Alliance mission, you're controlling the elves, and the very first mission is an Alliance mission. You've got the elves, the humans, the dwarves, and then you lose the humans and the dwarves, so you're just the elves, which leaves you with like 3 units to work with, and you're like, okay. And then you gain the Naga, and later on you gain the Draenei. It was a bold move, and really helped make those missions some of my favorite missions, and helped elevate Frozen Throne in my mind to being a really great game, especially in its campaign design. What I'm saying is I would have liked it a lot if they had tried to do something bold like that with this. I get why they didn't, don't mistake me, but it would be interesting if instead of just being the Zerg, we became something we wouldn't even have expected, you know? It is also possible they might do this in Legacy of the Void as the climactic end, so we'll see.
Hurry up, Jim. I think another wave is incoming.
Sarah, I'm cut off. I can't get to your location. Take my ship and go.
We just found each other again. I am not leaving you behind.
Raynor, Kerrigan, I'm on the Hyperion. We're setting course for the rendezvous. What is your status?
Kerrigan is taking my dropship. I need extraction.
I understand, and I'm sending a team for you.
Do not screw this up, Valerian.
Kerrigan, I'll see you at the rendezvous. And I'm sorry I didn't listen to you sooner.
Notice he didn't
It's too
have
late
to
for
say that.
Apologies, Valerian. Jim, I'll take your ship. But if you get yourself killed, you're in huge trouble.
Yes'm. Noted.
I'd really just feel like pointing out that he apologized when he didn't have to.
Dominion reinforcements are arriving. The Hyperion is taking heavy fire and my team can't reach you.
Roger that. Get the Hyperion to the rendezvous. I'll find another way off-world.
See you there.
Hello, Nova.
Nova?
Zealot Nova.
Well, well, Jim Raynor. If you'd helped me with my Tosh problem, I might have looked the other way while you got out. But you chose poorly.
All right, Blondie. Take your shot.
Personally, I don't think anybody actually believed that Raynor was actually dead there. And if I could say why, it's actually really simple. Because it would be illogical for her to be going after them, both of them, with the orders that she did, and then shoot to kill at the last moment. No, it's much more likely she had tranquilizer rounds in her, and as we find out, that is the truth. So I was one of those people who didn't believe at all, not even for a second, that Raynor was dead. So, yeah. Moving on. Oh yeah, she is, by the way. She doesn't actually... That line was there to kind of tease you, like, maybe I would be helping you. She doesn't. She's just terrible. Very true, Baronessa.
Jim? Jim! Where's Jim?
We couldn't get him out.
Valerian. You left him behind!
Stand down! Let him go, Kerrigan. Valerian is helping us.
There is no us.
IFF negative. Multiple hostiles inside the perimeter.
That's the White Star.
Attack response squads 3 through 9.
And half the Dominion fleet.
Hull breach. Frame 7, deck 3. Defensive maneuver Delta 4. Prep all stations for jump.
No one is going anywhere until I see Jim.
Kerrigan,
Shields at 30.
I know you're not thinking logically right now.
This is Hyperion. Cease fire. Crown Prince Valerian is aboard.
My father will sacrifice any piece on the chessboard to take the queen.
And he's right about that. Mensk will gladly kill his son to kill
Lead them
Kerrigan.
away and circle back for Jim.
Decompression.
Sarah, we need to work together.
Do what you want. I'm going to find Jim.
Yeah, amazing parallel to New Gettysburg there. Which, you guys got there before I could talk about it, but yeah. It's almost a 1-to-1.
Kerrigan, before we jumped, Hyperion tracked multiple Dominion signatures headed down to the surface. You're gonna have a surprise party down there.
I do like how the one thing that finally broke through her rage and her fear was the knowledge that they were leaving, by the way. That they were going to abandon Raynor to the Dominion. That's what finally snapped her out of it. Now, some people think she's being unnecessarily antagonistic there. And while that is true... yes, it does, Chemic. Only in a few cases, but it does. While that is true, and I gotta put that in quotes, it's very understandable. It's like saying someone who has just lived through a horrific, traumatizing experience... yeah, no kidding, Dakota. Suddenly has to face something just equally traumatizing. They're not going to react rationally, is what I'm trying to say. They're not reacting normally or logically. They're just emotionally reacting. She sees Valerian and she automatically assumes it's his fault. It is, of course, not in any way, shape, or form. In fact, Valerian has been very much on the good guy side at this point in time. One of the other things I like is that Valerian doesn't actually hold this against her. Yeah, I figured a heart shirt would be appropriate for today. Valerian could have actually held this against her. He could have held a grudge, and if he was Mensk, then yeah, he absolutely would have held this against her, but he doesn't. And in fact, he makes peace with her later on over it, and I like that. And again, that's indicative of Valerian's character growth, a lot of which will, as I mentioned, be happening off camera. I guess that's it until we start. And we'll be doing Kaldir first. Gotta go meet myself after all. That's also true, Darth McTaters. I doubt she was willing to give Valerian the benefit of the doubt. Even though, in my opinion, I want to stress that, it's an opinion, he does deserve it. We don't actually know if he deserves it yet. He could still be playing a long game. He could be an intelligent villain. As I've said before, an intelligent villain is someone who's out for themselves, but actively tries to make things better for others around them because it makes it better for them. A better world is a better world for me to rule, after all, right? So...
Scanning. Detecting Dominion forces and a Zerg hive cluster.
Look at that gun.
There must be an old hive here. I'm more worried about the Dominion.
Notice how dismissive she is of the Zerg, by the way.
Fleet, our base is set up, and the track and pulse cannon is almost online.
Roger that. Eliminate all stragglers as they warp to these coordinates. We'll return for you. Fleet out.
That cannon will take out Jim's ship as soon as he enters orbit. He'll never see it coming. Set course for the Zerg hive cluster. I need an army.
How desperate would you have to be to do this?
I can sense a mind controlling this brood. Who are you?
My queen, I am Naktul, a brood mother. You created us to extend your control of the swarm.
Clunky exposition.
Have you returned to us?
I'm not your queen, and I haven't returned. But I need your brood to destroy the Terran cannon right now.
Most of my brood is with me. I can send them to you, but it will take time.
Then send them. When they arrive, we'll tear down that cannon before Jim gets here. Meanwhile, I'm going to prepare this hive for combat. The Dominion would have tracked my ship, and they'll be looking for me.
Yes, exactly, Darth McTaters. She was so unwilling and undesirous of taking control of the Zerg again.
Safety's off.
The fact that she's willing to do so just to get to Jim really says a lot.
Let's see if I can remember how to do this. The first thing I need is a spawning pool.
Kerrigan, I've played the Zerg before. You don't need to coach me. I got this. Like I said, Noctul's dialogue was clumsy exposition. I'm just calling it out because it was. There's nothing else for it. Let's see. We'll do 2 more. Spawn more.
Command, we've found Kerrigan. She's holed up in a Zerg base. We're going in. Send reinforcements.
The Dominion found us. They're going to hit us hard.
Who are you talking to? I'm just curious.
Your brood can harvest Vespene at maximum efficiency if you order 3 drones to the extractor.
You know...
On the same page.
Actually, as weird as this sounds, I don't actually think her explaining how to use the Zerg is actually a plot hole. And I'm serious. You know why? Because Kerrigan doesn't actually remember how to control the Zerg. Not really. She probably remembers some, you know, instinctual control.
They drove some of my brood into caves.
But she probably doesn't...
They will rejoin us if we can kill the Terran soldiers guarding the cave entrances.
But she probably doesn't remember the specifics and logistics of how to actually run a Zerg army. I mean, why would she? Remember, she definitively and provably does not remember most of the events of being the Queen of Blades. Hence, this tutorial actually makes a degree of sense in hindsight. So, yay! That was still a line of clunky exposition earlier, but, you know, hey. I still like the fact that at least there was some sense-making in this. Just a little bit. Wow, all I get is Zergling for this mission?
I should make Zerglings from the larva at my hatchery.
2. That's right. Okay. So, very first time I played this map,
I can mutate them from drones.
I was playing on hard difficulty, and I lost. I do agree, Kamek, that it could have been integrated a little bit better into the story. It would have been fairly simple to be like, you know, like have Kerrigan literally stumbling through it, like, okay, drones do this, right? And then have a pause and be like, why is this not working? Oh, right, they can only do it on the creep. You know, just have her, like, literally vocally stumbling her way through, through the mission as she tries to remember how all of this stuff works, based on vague memories that she doesn't even really have. I think that would have been a little better way to implement it. Oh yeah, that's another point. This is actually, again, a plot point, not a plot hole. This particular brood...
In this cave, my
That's great, Noctul. This particular brood only has access to the... Shut up! It only has access to the essence of the Zerglings. They only have the ability to produce Zerglings. That's actually a plot point. One of the things that's emphasized is the swarm kind of completely self-destructed after the Queen of Blades left, for reasons I'll go into slightly more detail in later. And so each of the brood mothers took effectively a brood with them, and they didn't coordinate with each other like the swarm usually did, so each one of them lost some of the essences of the others. This is actually one of the reasons why, when she's rebuilding her swarm, several of the missions are, let's go and actually take some of the essences back so we can make Hydralisks again, so we can make Mutalisks again, etc., because they've literally lost the ability to make them. I like that. I like the way that works.
Useful for fighting the Terrans. You can birth a queen at the hatchery.
Uh-huh. I could.
Dominion approaching from the north.
Or I could do something more useful with my time.
Ready for action.
One other nice touch that they do here, they actually give you a buffer zone without really meaning to, if that makes any sense. They put these infested buildings in front of your base so that, yes, absolutely, Soil. So that you have to, so that they have to spend some time actually going through those forces before they can get to you. So not only do you have an advanced warning system, but you have an additional amount of time to prepare so they don't just hit your base straight. It's a nice way to tutorialize their way in and to try and convince, to ease you into the game.
What is it?
So I mentioned that I lost. Let me kind of explain what I mean by that. I lost because I literally had just played Wings of Liberty the day that Heart of the Swarm came out, and then I played Heart of the Swarm, and I was very, very used to my strategy in Wings of Liberty, which is very careful, basically the death ball thing, but what I mean by that is a nice mix of units, and that mix of units complementing the other units, and trying to be nice and careful with the micro. Now, I'm not great at micro, but I got pretty used to it when I was going through Wings of Liberty, because I was going through on hard. Then I get to this, and I have Zerglings. And I was like, okay, and I made like about this many Zerglings. I made like 30 or 40 Zerglings. I'm like, all right, go! And then I got crushed because 40 Zerglings is pathetic. Again, one thing I actually like, though, is that they really make you feel like the Swarm. In this, 40 Zerglings is a joke. 100 Zerglings, that's an army. And
pushing ahead. And
I really, really like that implementation. I like the fact that they encourage you to feel like you're actually controlling the Swarm in the overall approach to it. I don't know how better to explain that, but yeah, this is still kind of a small force right here, although we're on casual, so this might actually work.
Covering ground. Right.
Here, watch.
There is a large Dominion force on its way to the Hive Cluster.
Take a drink. Okay, so yeah, this should not have worked on casual, or on a real difficulty, but I do like the fact that we still took a significant amount of losses from that assault. Which, again, the Swarm. It makes sense.
Yeah, I hear you.
As in similar to that, at least in the campaign mode, you can rebuild those forces virtually instantly. In fact, here, let's do this.
Safety's off. Pushing ahead.
Stand back up! Being attacked!
Yeah, you guys are fine. Notice I haven't even been using her abilities. I probably should, because she still has her abilities. Her hybrid abilities.
Come out of hiding, Zerglings. Fight for your queen.
So queens in this one have a heal, which is actually really nice. And pretty much the only reason I use queens, at least in the single-player campaign. That and creep tumors. Pretty much all I use them for. I'm not actually sure, Krauser. I mean, obviously, you know, aesthetic design, blah, blah, blah. But I imagine it was basically there for offensive purposes. Just a joke. Or just a thought on that. Theory, I guess I should say.
Sweeping.
Speaking of overlords, we require more overlords.
Ready for action. Heading out.
Mutation complete.
Covering ground. Right.
Hey, Dragon Cat.
On the same page.
So the funny thing is, you're looking at this like, wow, look at this swarm. Except, if any of you have played this game, know this is nothing compared to the swarms we will be commanding in this game. What do you mean, Zed? If you don't mind my asking. Yeah, the Hydralisks having the claws is, I think, a good example of what's up with the,
Work to be done.
that. I am on the third mission, Dragon Cat. We're not that far. The second real mission, yeah.
Recovered part of the brood. Rise, my children. The worms are tunneling to you right now. My brood will be there soon.
Wait, where's... Oh, they're there.
This is Kerrigan. Say again? I got you.
Yeah, flamethrowers would be very helpful for the Terran forces in this mission if they were using them. They're not, of course. Hey, Lonely.
Work to be done.
The, yeah, no kidding, Zeiss. Let's switch on a little bit here. Well, there are... The Zerg, I think, at least in the campaign, I want to stress that, not in multiplayer, but in the campaign, the Zerg feel very much to me like a good example of easy to learn, hard to master. You really can, in many of the campaign missions, even on the harder difficulties, you know, hit F2 and hit attack, hit A, and then left click. That is a valid strategy. It requires some setup. Whoops, hang on.
Only a short time.
There we go. It requires some setup, but it's totally doable. And I like that. I like the fact that, again, that is indicative of the swarm. And of course, if you want to be really effective with the Zerg, you need to have a little more subtlety and panache with how you use your units. Otherwise, any decent AI is going to just carve you up and serve you for Thanksgiving dinner. Oh, okay, I get you, Zed. It's funny because I was going to say, basically, I feel like they're trying to emphasize the more alien nature of the broodmothers in general, as you yourself just intimated. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh no, it's a siege tank against a bajillion Zerglings. What will we do? So one thing they do in the campaign mode, I'm not sure what I think about this, is they let you get tons of spawns, hello, Nidus worms, just from one hatchery. So you don't really need to have the 4 hatchery strategy in single player. Most of the time, a single hatchery is plenty.
Perfect. Now let's get up to their base and destroy that cannon before Jim arrives.
Yeah, we're kind of in a hurry here.
If you wish to command all of your forces in battle,
yeah, so this is...
there is a way to control them all at once.
Yes, it's called F2. Now that's nice. That's a decent way to do it. So this is closer to an army right here. This is a little closer to what you're supposed to feel like as the swarm. Notice they're still giving us more units, by the way. They're still giving us more units. They're still giving us more units. Seriously, this is exactly what Heart of the Swarm is supposed to be all about right here. The Swarm. You remember all those Hold the Line missions? And this is deliberate, by the way. This is deliberate. This is a reverse of a Hold the Line mission. We are the ones against them holding the line. Have fun. Look at this! Yeah, we're not even supply capped. We could do more if we felt like it. Love that. Remind me to talk about broodmothers, by the way.
The gun is destroyed. The Terrans are fleeing to their ships.
Kill them all. No one gets out alive.
Yes, the Queen has returned. kill the Terran.
No, not all the Terrans.
The Queen? You're right. I was slipping back into something that... I have to get out of here.
So again, not being corrupted, just allowing her anger to get the better of herself here.
We will await your return.
Yeah, no kidding, Hero. Alright, I guess I'll talk about Broodmothers right now. Okay, so Kerrigan looked at the Cerebrants and said, "These are dumb!" And she killed them all! I'm not quite being facetious. She looked at the Cerebrants and said, "This is an inefficient command structure." What was the one thing I mentioned? Well, there's actually two things, but what's one of the things I mentioned that was a huge flaw? Yeah, I do too, Zagara. That's why I'm going to talk now instead of after. A huge flaw in the Zerg. Why the Zerg didn't just win? One of the flaws was they're only reliant on their leader, but the second flaw was their command structure is extremely strict, and if at any point in time one of the nexus points, one of the key chain links in the command structure is disturbed or is screwed up or whatever, then the whole of the swarm suffer for it. So the linchpin system, exactly. So Kerrigan looked at the the Queen of Blades looked at that and said, "Well, that's stupid," and she implemented an entirely different system. She created the Broodmothers, killed off the Cerebrants. Literally executed all the Cerebrants, including the one that she promised she would let live if he served her. I'm, of course, referring to the one you play as in Brood War. Anyways, murdered them all. And, oh, I am too, Big J. I really, really hope we get to see her come back. And the way she designed the Broodmothers was with a very specific mentality in mind. She wanted the Broodmothers to be independent, capable of independent thought, and having sentience and sapience. However, she built into them a inherent requirement to follow whoever was strongest. And she did this because this way the Queen of Blades would always be in control of the swarm, because all the Broodmothers would always follow her. But if for whatever reason something happened to her, the Broodmothers would be capable of following whoever else was capable of coming around and following the swarm. If you're paying attention, yes, that's right, the Queen of Blades was quite literally paving the way for Amon to take over the swarm. Probably unknowingly. Anyways, now the funny thing is, you're right, the Broodmothers are still a similar weak link. The difference is, ignoring the fact that the Broodmothers are frickin' mobile, the Broodmothers also are way more adaptable and way more capable of dealing with new stimuli. The Cerebrants could not think outside the box. It was their biggest flaw. They were inherently tied into the Overmind. The Broodmothers are basically completely themselves, other than the fact that they have to follow strength. This is also why Kerrigan, not the Queen of Blades, Kerrigan, is able to take control of so many of the Broodmothers. She walks up and she says hi, and in some cases actually defeats them. And the Broodmothers say, "Okay, I'll serve you." The problem here, the flaw in the Queen of Blades' mindset, is she made all the Broodmothers basically equal in strength. So they couldn't follow anyone. No single Broodmother rose to control the others. Instead, all of them vied equally, and a lot of them actually went to war with each other with their various swarms. And this is how the swarm kind of broke up. This is why this all happened, and why so many of them lost their essences and lost the ability to do this, and blah, 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 blah. Now, the funny thing about all this is all of this was still not really thinking forwardly. I'm going to address that in just a moment, Raskor. Because again, the real only purpose in switching to the Broodmothers for the Queen of Blades was to prepare for Amon taking over the swarm. Kerrigan, throughout this story, will actually be trying to make sure that the swarm exists and endures regardless of what happens to her, which makes a lot of sense. Well, I won't even be coy about it, because Kerrigan is suicidal. She actually tries to get herself killed more than once in this campaign. So she wanted to make sure that the swarm would still endure in some fashion without her, without turning into a bunch of mindless, roving beasts like would normally happen. So that's why she specifically has Abathur improve Zagara and several other Broodmothers, and basically it kind of does an internal power structure shift within the swarm throughout the course of this game. We'll see if that plays out well or not, especially given the Broodmother that, as Big J mentioned, is off on a Protoss ship heading towards Protoss territory. So, anyways, so this cutscene's awesome. I'm just going to go quiet for this one. lots of obvious symbolism, but try to keep in mind, it has been literally like a couple of weeks since Kerrigan has been freed from the swarm at this point. Weeks since she went through the worst hell imaginable, and she has been on the run ever since, and under gun, and the only static point in her entire life, the only thing that has been keeping her sane or cognizant, is Raynor. Try to keep that in mind when you picture what's about to happen.
Jim? Are you on this frequency? Jim, are you out there? I'm at the rendezvous. It's all clear here. I've been thinking about what you said. There's something dark in me, Jim. I need you. I need you to hear me right now.
Note the beautiful irony of this. Most of the times, if there's a Zerg on your ship, it's an alien situation. It's there to kill you. It's horrifying. But this Zerg is here because of her. It is looking for her. Following her.
Was captured in a daring raid yesterday. He was briefly interrogated and summarily executed. Emperor Mensk had this to say.
Proud Dominion citizens, at long last our nightmare is over. The lawless terrorist, James Raynor, is dead. With his death comes a new era of peace. The Protoss have retreated from our dominion, and the Zerg threat has been removed. Their swarm is shattered and leaderless. Soon, we will eradicate every last Zerg on Char. In short, we have won. Our peace and security is assured. Good night, my faithful subjects.
Mensk.
Navigation online. Destination Zerg space. Confirm.
Confirmed.
I agree with what Kemek just said, by the way. Again, us, third-person perspective, logically speaking, we look at that and it's like, well, of course that's a trap. Mensk is not so stupid as to just execute Raynor. He could have done that a dozen times up till now. Doing it now would be a huge mistake, and he knows that. And yet she believes it instantly and without question. Again, I don't know how many of you people have been at such a horrible point in your lives when you are that far down, when you are that beaten, and you are just desperately clinging to whatever's left, and someone walks up and says, oh, no, it's gone. Yeah, at that point in time, you're not thinking logically, you're not thinking rationally. And of course she isn't, because, well, she decides to go to a swarm. This is also, once again, tying back into that thing where how her journey parallels Raynor's. How she now has lost everything, and the only thing she cares about is vengeance. I want to stress once again, she has no desire to conquer or win. She just wants to kill at this point. She doesn't give a damn. It is actually very indicative as we go through the Char story arc that she is just vicious and vindictive and vengeful, and it takes the mention of Raynor to actually bring her out of it, even for a moment. I'm talking about the wonderful yet heartbreaking scene with Warfield in the end of Char. Why don't we go ahead? Okay, see, got it, guys. Let's go and do Char. Char does have some thematic significances of doing it first, and we get an extra character to hear some stuff on Kaldir. I prefer to do Kaldir first overall, but one other point here. Hey, I'm here for you, Scottish. And yeah, going straight to the Zerg homeworld as her first destination just makes an astonishing amount of sense. Now, why did Mensk immediately go to the comm to announce that? Let me make this clear. That announcement, ironically, had nothing to do with Kerrigan. Think of this from Mensk's perspective. He really does think he has won. His statement, "We have won." He means that. That's probably the only truth he told in that entire thing. The Swarm is completely broken at this point in time. Try to keep that in mind. Everything I mentioned before, the Swarm is a joke. The Dominion could completely wipe out the Swarm, and the Swarm is gone forever as a threat. I don't know if you understand how significant that is, so I'm going to try and explain it in Star Trek terms. Imagine if the President of Earth, or the President of the Federation, or whatever, was able to come forth and say, the Borg are no longer a threat. And mean it. Like, the Borg have been removed from the equation. What, you know, the collective is gone, and so the Borg as a whole no longer exist. Think about how significant that would be. Think about how amazing that would be. And the best part is, it's true. The Swarm is no longer a threat right now. When Amon came back, he would take the Swarm, and that would be the hell of it. And of course, Kerrigan is going to take the Swarm before it. But at this exact moment in time, the Swarm is actually, genuinely, no longer a threat. The Protoss, damn it, Henson, the Protoss have retreated. They're dealing with their own crap. They don't give a goddamn about the Dominion. And Raynor is under his heel, and the only people who are actually opposing him at all is Valerian and his crew. So yeah, for all intents and purposes, Mensk has basically won. He has succeeded. He is on top of the heap. He has once again come back from nothing to rise to heights even greater. And yet the great irony is he is in fact still going out of his way to ensure his victory. He's still working with Duran. He's still moving forward with the hybrid project. He will move the artifact into his own personal ace. He will create the Psi Destroyer. He's doing many things because he still believes Kerrigan is coming after him. And he's trying very hard to ensure that that doesn't happen. And I feel like at this point in time, for everything that he has gone through, Mensk is getting desperate. He's getting to the point where his back is up against the wall. Oh yeah, he also needed that propaganda boost after the core hall situation. After, I will rule this sector, to have the next thing that the populace hear is, I've defeated the Swarm. What do you think people are going to care more about? And I mean this legitimately. Because there are people who are going to say, well, he's still an unremittent bastard. And there are people who are still going to rebel. But in the core worlds, the people who are already subject to propaganda, the people who are already on the side of the Dominion overall, I'm pretty sure most of those people would think, oh, you took out the Swarm is more important than you killed a bunch of Confederates once upon a time. And that's how I'm not trying to be dismissive myself, because I think it's disgusting and horrible what he did. I'm just trying to put it in terms that they would be thinking it is. Very, very casual, very dismissive. Oh, well, I mean, he took out a bunch of Confederates, but he stopped the Swarm. Humanity is saved because of this man. The Psi emitters have been modified into the Psi Destroyer, Nero's as, which we will see pretty much at the end of this entire campaign. And I agree. I agree, Krenzler. He totally underestimated Kerrigan. He totally was not prepared for Raynor and prepared for what Raynor could do. And as usual, it was his flaw. He wouldn't stop pushing. And that's even going to become more relevant in a bit, because he's actually going to start trying to communicate with Kerrigan and then try to, for all intents and purposes, control her. Gloat with her, talk her down, bully her down, out of fear, of all things. So, that's true, Takoida. Even outside the core worlds, even on Marsara and the Fringe and the Underbelly and whatnot, the thought that the Swarm is no longer an issue would just be like, Again, like I said, there's very few parallels I could think of that are equivalent to it other than the Borg are gone. Honestly, I think at this point his goal is just establishing his dynasty. That is just my impression based on everything he does, but I don't think Mensk at this point was struggling to do, to reconquer and everything. I think at this point he was trying to set everything up for the next generation, for his legacy to live on, whether that's in the form of his son, or if it's in the form of whoever, he names in charge of him or whatever. I think he was just trying to write his place into the history books, basically. Just my take on it. Especially given the way he acts towards the end there. Yeah, peace in Warhammer 40k. How do you react to that? How do you react? It's actually funny that I can't come up with a real-life example of how much of an impact that would be. The swarm is gone. What is there in real life that is like that? Anyways, we'll do Char first, just for you guys. What do I have on Char? Let me check my notes here. Zagara, the second Charmus. Okay. I'm ready.
Intercepted Dominion transmissions indicate the Zerg swarm has been split into factions. Part of the swarm is on Char, under the command of a broodmother named Zagara. She is fighting a running battle against General Warfield's Dominion forces.
Also, hey look! The aberration. Isn't that great? That we might be able to have that wonderful thing on our side. Yay. Of course, banelings, which are a lot funner. So there's the Leviathan. Big ship. They try to emphasize how big the Leviathan is. I want to stress this. The Leviathan is goddamn gargantuan. This thing is huge.
Zerg organisms detected.
That's why I'm here. They'll either accept me as their queen, or I'll start killing them one by one.
Personally, I think this mission is a lot funner than... Sorry, Sigma. It's actually Raynor's personal dropship. We actually saw it in Wings of Liberty, so nice touch there.
What are you?
I am Isha. Your Majesty used to store all her ideas, thoughts, and plans within me. Do you not remember?
Yes. I do remember you.
That's a lie, by the way.
More importantly, you remember me.
You are the Queen of Blades. I obey.
Perfect. Summon the swarm and prepare to move on Core Hall.
The swarm is in disarray and will not answer your call. Most Zerg on Char are under the command of Broodmother Zagara. She seeks to create her own swarm. While she lives, the swarm will be divided.
Not for long it won't. Take us down to the surface.
Once again, I find it wonderfully ironic. If Kerrigan had done the smart thing, had been using her head and wasn't thinking with, the pain and the fear and the horror she feels, she might have gone to Horner, who might have actually worked with her and helped her to recover, and then she might not have reclaimed the swarm, and then Amon would have reclaimed the swarm, and then the galaxy is destroyed! So once again, it's that cyclical, tragic thing I was mentioning earlier. Okay, so let's talk about Isha first. Isha is someone whose character arc was basically completely terminated. This is hilarious. You know how I mentioned earlier that sometimes we tend to disagree with the actual writers on a work? I mean, you know what I'm talking about with that. There are plenty of times where a writer will say, oh no, it's A, and you're like, but no, it's clearly B. And I don't even mean like wishful thinking or I want it to be B. No, to your mind, it is B. It's what it is. It's how it speaks to you. It's that whole differing perspective thing I like to talk about so much. So, Isha was actually designed to be a more neutral
Creature Abathur is in the evolution.
Shut up. A more neutral character in order to balance out the, you're going to love this, evil of Abathur. I'm not kidding. Some of the original writers thought that they were making Abathur as the evil character in the Zerg campaign. Now, I don't know about you guys, because again, interpretation, but No. No. In fact, I think it is actually the exact opposite of that. Abathur is the total neutral, the amoral, and Isha is way more insidious and evil, not just in her tone and in her face, but also in what she says and what she does. She's the one who is constantly encouraging you to kill and murder and all that kind of stuff. She's, you know, hi, I'm here. You know, Isha is the evil one, in my opinion, of course, my interpretation. Now, Isha was created by the Queen of Blades, of course, out of a woman who was originally going to have this entire story arc, which kind of was truncated. Yeah, seriously, Zed. And that character arc doesn't exist. I'm just going to say that. Originally, she was going to have this whole thing where she was going to betray Kerrigan and take her revenge on her for being turned to She was originally a human, by the way, who was heavily modified, specifically to be, for all intents and purposes, an adjutant, a Zerg adjutant. And that's what she ended up being. I will agree with that, Aded. Although my point is, if you're going to point to one of these characters as being the evil one, Isha fits that bill far more than anyone else. The, you know, destroy everything, kill everything, etc. Zagara, she's... I guess I could see that as her as well, but again, shrug. And of course, Essence is not evil either. But anyways, I'm getting off topic. So that story arc is gone. So I actually have no lore to share about Isha, because there isn't any. She's an adjutant, except she's a Zerg, and her story arc was truncated, and she was designed to be less evil. That's all I got. Sorry, guys. Now, Abathur, did you know Steve Blum, or Bloom, or whatever, actually voices Abathur? Because I sure as hell didn't. I love his voice, I really do, but I honestly did not realize that was him. So so we'll go ahead and we'll go talk to him. But we'll talk to everyone else first, real quick.
The swarm.
Tell me about this Leviathan.
It is the organism from which you command the swarm, and this is its nerve center.
And it can take me to any world I wish?
Of course, my queen, but our numbers are few. Before conquering other worlds, you may wish to reclaim your forces here on Char.
Leave the strategy to me. Now, what else can I do on this Leviathan?
You can evolve and upgrade your swarm in the evolution pit. The creature Abathur can help you.
Also, I feel really bad for whatever woman was turned into this. Isha is implied to be attached to the Leviathan, basically. Kind of, not parasitic, symbiotic relationship. The funny thing is, I've heard Steve Blum do different types of voices when he's allowed to do his non-standard voice acting, and he does some really good stuff. Yeah. So, one thing that some people have a little bit of problem with is Kerrigan really does a lot of acts that are morally questionable throughout most of this campaign. I don't have a problem with that per se, just because I understand. Again, Kerrigan has just been smacked in the face with emotional and mental trauma. Just BAM! Screw you. And plunk. And she is going to spend the entire rest of the campaign trying to crawl up from that to the point where she can actually be a decent person again. I think her interaction with Raynor helped with that a lot.
Upgrade the swarm.
Shut up! And I think that the way that she interacts with Valerian later on helps with that a lot as well. And by the end, she reaches a point where she's finally recovered and again found her humanity again, as we've already mentioned. I just mention it, though, because she does do a lot of very morally questionable things throughout this campaign.
The Dominion sure made themselves at home while I was gone. Once I've reclaimed my forces, General Warfield is getting evicted.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, yeah. Oh, one other point of note here. I like how she walks up. Oh, thanks, Henson. Thank you. Should I get up on the Hydra's back, Henson? I like how she shows up and Isha's there and she's like, I want to take the swarm and go attack Core Hall. That's powerful for two reasons. Number one, it really shows exactly where her mentality is right now. Really, it shows just how mentally screwed up she is. That her thought process is literally just get the entire swarm, The whole thing, by the way. The whole swarm. And just go to Core Hall and kill and kill and kill until Mensk is done. The end. That's all she cares about. The second reason I find it interesting is that is very simplistic even for her, but it also shows how she still doesn't quite want to do this. She is still at a point in her life where she is not, like, thinking about strategy or thinking about tactics or thinking about building up. Throughout the course of this, she will get more and more invested in the swarm and actually start caring about the swarm and making it a better, for lack of a better word, organization. And she will actually start caring about other people as well. And like I said, she'll recover her humanity. But right here at the beginning, it's just, nope, don't want to deal with it. F2, yeah, exactly, Zed. You got there before I did. F2, attack move. F2, attack move. Once again, it is great that Kerrigan did not have the ability to do this, because if she did, it's arguable things would have gone, once again, very, very badly, and the galaxy would be destroyed. Because I guarantee you, what would have happened is if she takes the swarm, and assuming they succeed, which I don't, by the way, I don't think she would have succeeded with such a non-strategy against a foe who was ready for her, but if she had just gone to Core Hall and beat Mensk, then she would have killed herself. She would have been done with it. Mensk is dead. Alright. And the rest of it doesn't matter. Thud. And then the swarm is taken over by Amon after they murder billions of people, and all of reality is destroyed. Yeah. So, let's go talk to... I'll be honest, I like a lot of the characters in this game. I do. I like Essence. I like I like Spoiler, and I like what they do with Kerrigan. But and I even like Zagara, even though she's. But my favorite character is this guy. Even though he's damn gross, he's still awesome.
What are you?
Abathur. Evolve swarm, spin strands and sequences. Served Overmind, then served Queen of Blades. Now serve you.
I am the Queen of Blades.
Different.
I like how he can tell immediately.
Strands. Queen of Blades was efficient, ancient Zerg qualities, minor Terran influence. You, infected with more Terran matter, grasper limb poorly designed, can improve. We'll give it back better.
Don't touch me.
Only focus is evolving the swarm. Seek perfection in all things. Work in evolution pit. Can review my work here.
So, there's a lot of reasons why I like Abathur. But I want to share something first. So let's just do something really quick, okay?
Organism can be upgraded. 3 distinct mutations available. Once chosen, will activate sequences within creature. Improve combat potential. Mutation choice, not permanent. Can alter at any time.
On the one hand, I like this because it means you can change your loadout based on the mission. On the other hand, it does make it feel a little less permanent, but I do like this upgrade system. I just wish it was a little bit better in some cases. So what do we got here? Movement speed, attack speed, life increase. Zerglings, really? Yes, we'll go with movement speed for now. Now we're just going to chill here for a moment. Should only take about a minute or two. Hey, I'm looking forward to doing DS9. Yeah, it does make it very much more Zerg. I agree, Night Forwarder. Come on, Abathur. Don't let me down. Okay, hang on. Let's try this. Oh no, I've already chosen. Maybe we'll try here? Yeah, I thought it was on the Zergling screen. Well, I'll go and talk while we're doing this, because I've got stuff to talk about when it comes to Abathur. I've actually already preloaded mine, Banav. So, Abathur, right. He is kind of a unique creature amongst the Zerg. There is no malice in him. He genuinely only cares about improving the swarm. He is very much inclined towards the efficiency and the drive towards perfection. In many ways, Abathur would make a perfect Borg. And I mean that sincerely. There's actually a line Abathur has later, which is fantastic, where he talks about how perfection is impossible. But that's not the point. He doesn't care that he will never achieve his goal, because his goal is the drive towards perfection, which is surprisingly zen and actually very logical for a creature like him to have. We also learned that Abathur is basically an entire brood created into a single creature. Very, very intelligent, very advanced. He's pretty much the one who has designed most of the swarm as a whole, including the Queen of Blades herself. He can go ahead and literally consume a creature, eat it, quite literally put it in there, and just kind of look at it and within him and analyze it and pretty much fully understand it within seconds. He can also literally look at a creature and understand most of how it works because of his improved senses. Notice how he literally just looks at Kerrigan and is like, ah, this and this and this and this. Got it. Also, I don't know if you guys caught it, but he mentions ancient Zerg in her design. Just pointing that out there. A little bit of foreshadowing. Correct, Baronessa. He is the one who can do basically any of the Zerg stuff. He has actually stated flat out that he cannot do anything with the Protoss. He's tried multiple times, and he's just failed because of the fundamental difference in their physiology and in their essence. Now, I'm going to go ahead and share one other thing about Abathur, and then I'm going to give up on this Easter egg, because it's just taking forever. Well, I guess two more things. First of all, his writing is brilliant. I mean, Steve Blum does a great job with the voice. He makes it so wonderfully flat without making it boring. Most actors don't know how to do that. Most actors, when they try to sound emotionless or dispassionate or whatever, they sound tired or bored or boring. Abathur, by contrast, he actually sounds like he is, as weird as this sounds, driven. Like, even though he is just doing his job, he cares and he wants to do it. There's just no passion, but there's a lot of drive. It's a very unique balance, and Steve Blum does a great job of it. Click, 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 click. Yeah, nothing's happening. Whatever. He also, wait, why is Day 9 coming up? What'd I miss? Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Night Forger. Most actors who play Vulcans do not know how to play Vulcans. They come across as boring or dull. Again, to say this in Star Trek terms. Now, the final thing that I really, really like about Abathur, though, is he was originally going to have a completely different plot arc that I dislike. You may notice this is going to be kind of a trend going throughout the Heart of the Swarm. Originally, his plot arc was going to be that he was put in charge of a special project by Kerrigan, by the new Queen of Blades, because remember, this is back when she was going to become corrupted by the Queen of Blades, and so he was put in charge of creating this brand new creature, and it would last like throughout the entire campaign, and by the end, he would create the creature, and it would actually be a new Abathur, a new creature to replace him, and then she would brutally murder the existing Abathur out of revenge for what he did. I like the new result better, personally. So, anyways, he's not saying it, so I'll just tell you. I'm amazed it hasn't shown up. What you're supposed to be able to do is just go here, and after a bit, Abathur... Oh, okay, hang on. Lurker says I can do it.
Must solve Zergling lemon juice allergy, weakness in strain.
There it is. Love that. Anyway, so Abathur.
Did the broodmother Zagara try to take you with her?
No, not powerful enough to command me. Only you.
If she lacks that power, how did she think she could command the swarm?
Adaptation. Place herself in situation where only option, evolution. force change on herself.
So she may have evolved into something much more dangerous. That will make things interesting.
I hope so, Fearsome. Like, I really do. Yes, lemon juice. For those of you who weren't there for this, in Wings of Liberty, there's a news report where Donnie Vermillion is like, this coming up, new expose. Zergling weakness to lemon juice? Is it a hoax, or is it the salvation of humanity? News at 11. And yeah, I really hope that it comes back up in Legacy of the Void. Probably the one thing that made me laugh most in Mass Effect 3 was the continuation of the running gag in that. That's... Abathur, what do you... Abathur, that's really, really gross. Anyways, the running gag of the guy who was constantly trying to get his refund... And he started trying to do that in Mass Effect 1, and he was still trying to get it in Mass Effect 2. And in Mass Effect 3, he finally gets it, and it's for like 40 credits or something stupid like that. I hope we see something like that in Legacy of the Void in the future. Now, I also agree, by the way, Henson, they keep talking about evolution. What they're doing here is not actually evolution, any more than what Pokemon do as evolution. This is a very highly adaptable, highly advanced form of mutation. More or less on-the-fly mutation. Now, I know this is getting into a little bit of nitpicky terms and blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to bring it up ever again. I'm just mentioning it because there is an evolution in the swarm, but that's not what they're doing on the fly. What they're doing on the fly is more the adaptation thing. So, yeah. Because, you know, I've said this before, I've said it again, a person does not evolve. A species evolves. But anyways, let's do the mission.
One of your brood mothers, Zagara, refuses to acknowledge that you are the Queen of Blades. Before you can reclaim Char from the Terrans, you will need to bring her brood back into the fold.
Oh, I didn't even know that, Lurker. Sorry. So, one of the objective awards, you know, in the first game, you get credits and research for doing bonus objectives. In this one, you get levels for Kerrigan. Each level increases her health, her damage, and the damage of her abilities. She can get pretty high level, all things considered, and she can be a very powerful individual unit. Really, very much a hero unit, which, I mean, makes a lot of sense. I like that, again, it focuses all of it down onto Kerrigan rather than giving you, you know, advantages for the swarm as a whole. Because, you know, credits or something like that, even biomass wouldn't really have made sense as a currency for the Zerg. Because the Zerg don't really think in terms of currency, do they? So having the level system was a really brilliant way to give you a reward for doing optional stuff without, you know, being silly about it. What's the... Oh. Okay, so I guess I can cross this one off here.
Zagara's brood is currently huddled in Char's acid marsh, where you stored millions of eggs for future use. From the location of her hive cluster, it appears Zagara intends to gather as many eggs as she can.
Yeah, I'm very curious what Legacy's system will be.
But how will she hatch the eggs?
She can place them in a birthing pond to quicken. I have located our hive cluster near one such pond.
Then I'll collect enough eggs to spawn an army and destroy Zagara.
If you know the story of Wings of Liberty, Chemic, you could play Heart of the Swarm as its own. But make no mistake, Wings of Liberty and Heart of the Swarm is one story arc. I mean, it follows the path of Raynor and then the path of Kerrigan, but this is one cohesive story arc between the two of them, in more ways than one.
Swarm hungers.
So I'm not used to doing this one first, so let's see what we got here.
You are not the Queen of Blades. You are a weak and pathetic Terran creature. Leave Char while you can. These eggs and the swarm belong to me.
Notice Zagara refuses to follow her. It is because she literally... Oh, yes, Chemic, it is standalone. It is because she does not recognize her strength. Again, the broodmothers are inherently built to follow strength.
Zagara has drawn the attention of some feral banelings. They are attacking her. Zagara has deep tunneled back to her base to recover her strength.
Wow, those Zerglings are fast. Look at that.
Banelings very useful. Morph from Zerglings. Any Zergling can morph to Baneling.
Yeah, we need a few more of these. That is possibly true, Baronessa. We don't know. I don't know. Well, like I said, guys, I honestly don't know.
I can sense the unhatched eggs. Now I just have to get them before Zagara.
So Banelings are great and all, but I actually don't like to use them all that much in this mission. Oh, that was awesome, Zachariah. I saw that either last night or just a bit ago. I forget which, but earlier today, as a way to help people catch up, and that's pretty cool that they did that. I should probably just
You cannot stop me.
I should probably just rush and go. I can do this.
Let's get this over with. There's not much time.
I also like the Baneling move animation. They literally roll up into a ball and cartwheel their way to
Nothing stands
victory.
in my way.
Wow, casual difficulty.
Get going.
I am used to not having
Push
to.
ahead.
Yeah, this is wow.
Let's get this over
Notice she's not using her gun anymore.
Nothing stands in my way.
She is flat out just shooting people with telekinetic power at this point.
There's not much time.
Also, Kerrigan herself has to grab these eggs, which is interesting.
This world is mine. Let's get this over with.
Honestly, Nighton, I don't think I could make a choice on that one. They're both different in their perspective.
Something is different about this nest.
This Baneling nest is ready to hatch immediately.
Going.
Where are we at? There we go.
Speak quickly.
Warning, a wave of Zerglings is approaching
Oh,
our
no.
hive cluster.
Yeah, the asset death is really horrible looking. You'll see what I mean in just a second here. Okay, you see that? Yeah, that's pretty horrible.
The swarm hungers.
There we go. Oh god, Big J, that's got to be terrible. Took me forever to get that achievement too. I did a lot more achievement farming in this game than in Wings of Liberty. Shrug. Although that one achievement with that frickin' shuttle mission kept pissing me off. Because I kept having, like, it's basically I just kept screwing it. Oh, by the one thing I like, Overlords are a lot faster pretty much by default in this. You don't have to research them being fast. I like that touch. So, some people ask me, what the heck is up with Zagara? Why doesn't she just immediately fall into line? I mean, surely she can tell that Kerrigan is stronger, right? Well, there's a couple of possibilities for this. The first and most obvious possibility is the fact that she's
The swarm never rests.
she's got that independent spirit thing. Like I said, she doesn't recognize the strength of Kerrigan, so she basically requires Kerrigan to prove that strength rather than just flat out saying, "Yep, I serve you," like Zeratul did back on the previous world. I can't even remember right now. Oh, here comes Zagara. Go!
There's not much time.
Go, kill Zagara.
Get going. Push ahead. There are more.
Banelings!
Minor setback.
World is mine.
Anyways, it's also worth noting that
We found
Zagara...
several infested Terran structures nearby. They seem to be of interest to the feral Zerg.
I'll destroy them if I get a chance.
Of course, my queen. If you accomplish these goals, you will grow more powerful. Your damage, energy, or life will immediately improve as your power level increases.
Who asked you?
That's another... Who asked you, indeed? That's another thing I like, by the way. The fact that your level goes up immediately rather than at the end of the mission. So you actually can benefit from doing optional objectives before doing the main objectives. That's a really good design thing, and it encourages you to go ahead and try and seek out those optional objectives pretty much regardless, because it'll literally make the main game easier. Of course, we'll be doing optional objectives, because of course we will. I hope you have fun, Raskar. If you don't, well, then I'm sorry. Alright, so let's get entrenched a little bit here. Yeah, I know. Most games that try to have a lore
We have
explanation
met
for
the enemy in
levels
combat.
call them something like that, you know, power levels or relative strength or whatever.
Yes? This world is mine. Push ahead.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Oh, I haven't seen that,
We have
Titans.
met the enemy in
Oh,
combat.
crap. That's... we might be able to make that work. Here, attack the big guys. Attack the guys that matter. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. I know, Baronessa! How dare I?
The swarm never rests.
Did you think you were rid of me?
Well, kinda. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Yeah, whatever.
The swarm hungers. The swarm never rests. Let's get this over with. Nothing stands.
Don't think finding those pathetic baneling nests will save you.
I'm pretty sure it will save me. But, you know, if you want to keep thinking in your own foolish direction, by all means, Zagara. Okay, so there's two interpretations of what's going on with Zagara here. Option one, she's an idiot. I know, that sounds kind of dismissive, but it's true. She's an idiot. She's someone who is like, no, I am much more powerful than you, and therefore I will never bow to you, and all that other stupid, terrible stuff. She's kind of disinterested, I really should say, excuse me, in the entire process, if you follow me. So, she might actually be stupid. The other possibility...
This world is mine.
Where's the other,
Get going.
Oh, the command center's up here? Oh, whatever. Anyways,
Nothing stands in my way.
yeah, no kidding, Dakota. The other option is she's quite literally testing Kerrigan, trying to see if she is worthy of being considered the Queen of Blades, worthy of her command, etc. It is entirely possible that most broodmothers have this exact same mentality of you have to earn it. You have to prove that you are worthy of my strength. And once you have proven it, then okay, I will serve you. That also kind of makes sense given how the broodmothers worked back in the day. Hang on. Zerglings! 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 Bum 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 bum! Bum 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 bum! Yeah!
You'll kill me with minions?
I've never heard that one.
At least fight me yourself.
Although that quote makes me think I'm right, actually. That she is literally, like, trying to force you to consider her way of thinking. It is also possible that this is a very Zerg mentality thing happening here. If you don't know what I mean by that, forcing evolution through difficult circumstances. Excuse me, not evolution, but you know what I mean. You know, forcing the situation to adapt. So she is forcing Kerrigan to adapt by fighting her rather than just joining her. This is the reason I think is most likely, because not only is it very wonderfully Zerg, but it's also alien. It is a very alien perspective. I could just join you, or I could force you to fight me to prove that you have the right to do so, in order to force both you and me to adapt. Either you will adapt and win, or I will adapt and win. But one way or another, adaptation is happening. Follow? So that's my take on it.
Who asked you?
I also like how they bothered to give her animations and model and all that fun stuff for both human and not human forms. Although, I'd like to go on record as saying that I think her not human thing that happens later on Zerus was a mistake. I'll talk about that when we get there, though. I don't want to talk about that too far in advance.
Halfway there.
No, I didn't, Titans. Believe it or not.
Get going.
Whoops,
There's
wrong
not
way.
much time.
Push
Push ahead.
You guys just hang out up here for when she comes back.
What is it now?
You are not powerful enough to kill me.
Push ahead.
Notice everything Zagara talks about, and I mean everything, is all about power and strength, up until she, you know, is improved, basically.
Who asked you?
Swarm. Although, again, this is not a swarm, as we've already established.
Mineral field depleted.
No, my mineral field.
I sense more eggs. Here.
Oops. Yep.
Out with it. Get going. This world is mine.
Exactly,
Nothing stands in
Takoida.
my way.
But the Zerg do benefit from something, or rather, they do value something. They do venerate something, and that something is strength, power, the ability to adapt, the ability to be on top of the heap. That evolution thing going again, although again that's not quite the right word, but whatever. Hey Zagara, I'm sorry I killed you with just minions last time. Listen, maybe I can make it up to you. Oh, by the way, I like that you don't have to research burrowing in this one. Still don't use it all that often unless I'm a roach, but I do like that it's an option now. I agree, Aqualitus. I do think that's very much part of what's going on here. I like having mobile forces, Takoida. Of course, I could switch it to attack speed at will. But, yeah.
This will not stop me.
For the swarm. For the swarm.
Who asked you?
Unfortunately, I think I actually have to take the eggs, so I'm going to go bother to do that.
Get going.
Our forces are under attack.
The swarm hungers.
Oh, hey, I can do that. I like how the Zerglings literally will swarm around wildly trying to find room to attack a building if they don't have room. I just like that.
The swarm hungers.
The funny thing is, this whole survival of the fittest thing will come up even again in Zerus when we start talking about the Primal Zerg, which are very similar in mentality, except inverse.
Push ahead. The swarm never rests.
What do we have? Oh. I want to make sure I get that command center first here. Go attack the command center. Go. Look at this. They're just running around it like, look, can we kill him? Can we kill him?
We destroyed the last infested Terran structure.
I feel stronger.
So let's talk about the lore significance of the levels. Two possibilities here. Possibility number one, most of the bonus objectives...
Return to defend your own hive cluster? How strong are you?
Why would I? I'm up here, busy, man. Anyways, so option number one, she literally gains some kind of knowledge or essence through it or whatever, which... But option number two...
While you've been stealing eggs, I've been making troops. Let me show you how Zerg fight.
I know exactly how the Zerg fight. It's called F2A click. Anyways,
Warning, a huge swarm of Zerglings is approaching our hive cluster.
Really?
We should defend with all available forces.
Okay, fine.
I have returned, and now you shall pay.
Actually, let's do this. That's a huge forces. No. This is a huge. This isn't even a huge force. My force isn't even a huge force of Zerglings. Whoops, wrong group. I have 110 Zerglings in this group, and that's a small force. Kidding me? Anyways, as I was saying, the second option, which I think is more likely, is if you notice most of the optional objectives have to do with doing something morally questionable.
Speak quickly.
So, the idea here is the more she gives up her sense of moral standing, or of ethics, of doing what is right and wrong, the more she is able to unleash herself, basically. Not literally becoming stronger, but rather allowing her to use more of what she already has, if that makes any sense. Ergo, raising her levels.
You will pay for this.
Yeah. Screw you. I'm on a deadline,
Just
so...
a little more.
You know,
Get
screw
going.
you, lady.
Push ahead. The swarm never rests. Let's get this over with. There's not much time. The swarm never rests. There's not much time.
Oh, I don't have that attack yet, do I?
Out
So
with
later on, you get an AoE attack with her, which obviously I do not have right
Get
now.
going.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, Baronessa, it makes sense. Oh, wow, she's actually gonna die because of this. Wow. Well, I've never actually had that happen before. Oh, well. I need one more egg, too. That's hilarious. The unfettered. Yeah, there you go. Good way to put that. Let's get a few more Zerglings going. I mean, I can afford it, so, you know. And then we'll attack with the drone army. Actually, you know what would really make me laugh? I'm going to do one thing to screw around, and then we're going to win the mission. I'm sorry, Bragwin. Yeah, she respawns. It's the same thing she did in her last mission, actually.
I will not be stopped.
Are you sure, Kerrigan? Because
this world is mine.
Okay, so get up here.
There's not much time.
Look at this, 138 Zergling. It's still not that much.
You have my attention.
Come on, go.
I have returned, and now you shall pay.
Somehow I doubt that. So where is she? There she is. Okay. Come on out, Zagara. Zagara. Zagara you? I don't know. Anyways. Let's go up here.
Who asked you? The swarm. Speak quickly.
Come on, just one more time. I think it's really gross. I mean, look at that creep. With all the goop and the veins going through it. It's probably really, really gross, fearsome. It's probably gushing the whole time you're going through it, too.
Yes? Push ahead.
Alright, now flee! Flee!
Out with it. Let's get this.
What do you mean, Boster? You mean like who of us wishes the UED was back? Go, my minions! Because I'm not done with Starcraft 2 yet, Sabo. Defeated with drones. Alright, so yeah, let's finish this up.
Out with it.
Except that's like up. Really? Yeah, whatever. Go.
There's not much time.
Just go. Crush her base.
I have enough eggs. Abathur, infuse the birthing pond. Get those eggs to hatch for me.
Simple. Catalytic solution. Accelerated quickening. RNA ready in a moment.
That is also a swarm.
Zagara will regret crossing me.
A small swarm, but still a swarm.
Forces are under attack.
That is 248 banelings. So, attack move! Look at that line! Look at the minimap! Hey, Flawless. Yeah, mass banelings is fun to try and counter in multiplayer. What do you think, guys? You think I win this one? The banelings can't even reach anything to detonate. Look at this! Look at the swarm!
Kill her.
I only did as you instructed, my queen.
Hold. I told you to rebel against me.
You told all your brood mothers to be strong, to fight, to conquer. You said the Zerg lead by force of will. Your will is strongest, and I shall serve you.
I will let you live, Zagara. I want to rebuild the swarm, and you are a part of that plan.
You are my queen.
Some people thought that she was pulling a Sylvanas here. It's too long to explain, but basically, for those of you who understand, and I'm curious of your thoughts of this, do you think this is similar between what Sylvanas did with Vermothras or not? I don't. I think this is a slightly different circumstance than that. But I will admit, I could see the parallels, certainly. Welcome back, Samurai. Join me on the Imperial for a drink. Except we don't have our bartender, Big Mama, right now. Oh well.
Zagara is here to serve your will.
Tell me, Zagara, how would you drive the Terrans from this world?
I would obliterate their fortress on the Dauntless Plateau. But the only way to reach it is through the Bone Trench. Be warned, the Terrans flooded our tunnels with lava. We will be exposed on the surface until we reach the plateau.
That doesn't concern me. Warfield has no idea what he's up against.
But what of the Zelnaga artifact? Could the Terrans still possess it?
They might, but I know it's not here on Char. It's no threat to us.
So,
My queen, your chamber is now available.
Shut up. The, what do you mean, Fearsome? What are you talking about? With removing Blizzard time. Words. This is also, hello, Corwin. This is indicative, again, of how Zagara thinks, how probably most of the Broodmothers think. What's your strategy for defeating the Dominion? I will defeat their main base. You remember how we talked about how De Gaulle didn't really use tactics, he just managed? And we also talked about how several other leaders didn't really come up with tactics, they just said, hey, go do stuff. It's pretty much the exact same thing that Zagara just did. That is not a tactic. I will destroy their base is not a tactic. That's not a strategy. That's a goal that you do the strategy and tactics to get to. And I point that out because, again, that's not a plot hole. That's really indicative of how simple and how basic the Broodmothers thought at this point in time. And I think is one of the reasons why Kerrigan goes in the direction she does with the Swarm here. But first, let's go talk to our favorite character. This one.
What is that sound?
Failed experiments, reverting to biomass. Slow process.
At least put them out of their misery first.
Wasted effort. Creatures will die soon. Pain irrelevant.
When you say things like that, Abathur, I almost remember you. And I feel anger.
Anger product of adrenaline, stress response. Imminent threat. No threat to you. No anger.
I love that. I love his response to that. He's like, anger? No, there is no reason to be angered towards me because I am not a threat to you. That is so Abathur. I don't even know how to extrapolate on Abathur. Everything he says explains himself so perfectly. To him, something as simple as emotion doesn't even process. He's just like, no, anger is only an adrenaline response. There's no reason for you to think that way to me. Oh, they're getting rid of that, Fearsome. I am aware of that, and it's interesting that they're finally getting rid of that. Because, yeah, that's been true since forever. That's been true since the original Starcraft. So, banelings can be explosion to heal nearby, blast radius increased, or increased damage to primary target. Personally, I actually like Rupture best. We'll do that one. Abathur, oh, jeez, that's a long question dropped him. I'll try the attack speed for this one. Although I don't think I'm going to be using Zerglings like ever again, in all honesty.
Isha, all around me I see signs of the old Queen of Blades. But I can't remember why I held my forces here on Char for so long.
You were studying the future, planning for a great war.
What war? Explain.
You never told us. You only said that you had seen a vision of our extinction, and you wanted us to fight to the last.
I don't remember that. At all.
By the way, you remember how my theory is that Kerrigan remembers some things from her time as the Queen of Blades, and not all and not none? A lot of the dialogue she says helps emphasize that. How she vaguely has remembrances of some things, and other things she doesn't remember, and she doesn't recognize some people, and she has to be recoached on some things, etc. So there's bits and pieces there, but I don't think she was fully cognizant of her time with the Queen of Blades, and I don't think she had nothing there either. Although, I gotta be honest, both of those would ironically be more horrifying than what we have here.
The swarm is growing again. Now for you, Warfield. Reclaiming this world will send a message to your Emperor. I'm coming for him.
Yeah, no kidding, Corwin. I like how she's willing to go after Warfield, who is basically a good man, literally just to send a message to Mensk, because she is just that far gone at this point in time. That is literally her only goal here. She doesn't even have any particular ire or vitriol towards Warfield himself. Actually, I gave my opinion on that, Buster. I am hopeful, fingers crossed, that that's indicative of the increased merger of Protoss and Terra technology that was hinted at back in Wings of Liberty with that crystal that Statman was working on. Third, how are you playing Fallout 4? You cheater! You cheating cheater! How dare you, man?
Do you know why I beat you in battle?
You were stronger than I.
No.
Faster than.
No.
Do not toy with me, my queen. Tell me your secret.
Talk to Abathur in the evolution pit.
He will tell me?
He will change you. Go.
So, oh, okay, third. Then we're okay. What kind of character are you going to make, by the way, third? On the one hand, I'm not sure what I think about what Kerrigan does with Zagara. It makes perfect sense, again, because she wanted the Swarm to be able to keep going without her. But on the other hand, she's basically telling this person to go subject themselves to torture and torment, and that's never something I'm really okay with.
This is your personal chamber. From here, you can focus your neural pathways and alter your active abilities. As you grow in power, newer and stronger abilities will awaken. You can alter your active abilities here whenever you wish.
I almost always use the passives, by the way. Not just because I don't want to micro or anything like that. Just because that's usually my approach. Setting up a character so they're super strong in many different ways, and so they interact better in different ways, rather than constantly using abilities. That's just my approach to this kind of thing. I did that in Guild Wars, to use one example like that, of something else like that. So we're going to switch to the AoE and the increased life regen, and then let's do it.
To reach the Dauntless Plateau, we must move the swarm through the Bone Trench. The Terrans will bring everything they have against us.
So this mission was the first mission I had any trouble with at all on hard difficulty. Mainly because I had to think about it for a bit. Let's make this clear. Heart of the Swarm was way easier than Wings of Liberty. But this one was interesting. I sure hope so, third. Yeah, true, Chaos, but that still just rubs me differently. Oh, shush, fearsome.
The Bone Trench. This is the only approach to the
It looks
Terran
terrible,
fortress.
doesn't it?
I tried to bring my brood through here once before. The Terrans brought their Gorgon battle cruisers from the skies. They strafed us over and over. My brood bled and died, along with any hope of pushing the Terrans from Char.
Wait, those are Scourge nests. They could bring down a Gorgon. We just need to reawaken them.
My queen, we should simply race through the trench, not waste time fighting Gorgons.
You are so
If
stupid.
we surprise the Terrans, we can make it through with acceptable losses.
And if we don't, the swarm dies. You need to learn vision, Zagara. Planning, calculation, cunning. We can use this creep tumor to spawn a tumor near the Scourge Nest. Once it's awake, Warfield's Gorgon is done for.
Jijan, we're not 100% sure, but that's what my assumption is, yes, that the fortress is where the Zelnaga artifact was. The site of the last mission of Wings of Liberty. Oh, right.
My queen, General Warfield has called in a Gorgon. It is headed for our hive cluster.
So yeah.
That ship is huge. No wonder Warfield can't deploy 2 of them into the trench at once.
He only needs 1.
So I like the look of the Gorgon.
Hurry.
Not as much as the Minotaur, but I do like it quite a bit in general. So
awaken the Scourge Nest. I hope it is enough to destroy the Gorgon.
In my opinion,
get going.
Discovered usable essence within Zerg biomass. Valuable sequences. Recover will empower Queen of Blades.
Ahem. In my opinion,
There's not much time.
Best way to do this mission on the higher difficulties is to go ahead and take your time, especially with the first few Gorgons, because the Gorgon's not going anywhere basically, and you have all the way until it gets to you. So you basically buy yourself more time for building up your base and whatnot if you don't immediately attack it. Even though the game tries to basically trick you into immediately attacking this first Gorgon, you can wait until it's like way the heck over here, and then immediately zip down and take this one. That's just the way I do this mission. I'm pretty sure all of those are here, Flawless.
Push ahead.
Like, these are they.
It's over with.
Wait, she can burrow as a Terran? That's a weird ability. Well, whatever.
Nothing stands in my way.
How are we doing up here?
We have met the enemy in combat.
We have not. Shush. So yeah, I'm just using this time to build up my forces a bit and my resource backing.
Yes?
And then I'll go ahead and kill the Gorgon. Because there's really no rush on this first one at all. It's very easy. Look, here, watch. Bam! That's all I have to do to get it. So I got tons of time. Most of them refer to her as the Queen of Blades because they, well, basically don't know any better. For lack of a better way to put it. They also kind of presume she is the Queen of Blades. Especially since she probably insisted for many years that they refer to her as the Queen of Blades. Oh, crap.
Get going.
Is Kerrigan still a villain? That is going to be a matter of opinion and perspective. However, I would have to say no. I don't think she's a villain. She is definitely not the Queen of Blades anymore.
The enemy in combat. Nothing stands in my way.
Okay, so we're good on that. We're good on that. A couple more of these. Yeah, we'll go ahead and move this now.
Who asked you?
Probably Equalitus.
We have a creep tumor by the first Scourge Nest.
Awaken. Annihilate that Gorgon.
So, Scourge! Those horrible, horrible bastards. Also, Kerrigan kills a lot of people in this mission.
This is the beginning of the end.
A lot of people.
The Scourge Nest spent its entire life force to take out the Gorgon.
We have more. Get a creep tumor by the next one. Move.
Yes, Chemic. Regardless of how you define it, she definitely becomes less of a villain throughout the course of this campaign. It's one of her primary character arcs throughout this campaign. I would say it is her primary arc throughout this campaign. Where is my... I don't even have one. One thing I don't like, and at the same time I don't mind, I know that sounds weird, Zerg defensive structures are kind of frickin' useless. Especially in the campaign.
Get another Gorgon into the fight.
So it's kind of like, I don't know. Half the time I don't even bother with defenses as the Zerg, unless I'm doing a specific type of mission where I know it'll work. Basically, got Raskor, yeah. Okay, so there's no specific meaning of the Queen of Blades. There's no specific reason why she decided to choose that title as opposed to other titles. But it is indicative of who she is, or excuse me, I really should be more accurate, who she was, the essence of Amon, or whatever you want to think of that as. We don't actually have that, so...
what is it now?
And, see you, what? Oh, see you around, Rasker. Have fun with Fallout 4. I imagine I'm actually going to get very few viewers over the next few days, because everyone's going to be playing Fallout 4.
Out with it.
Which is fine, and totally understandable. I get you. Yeah, see you in 500 hours, exactly.
Who asked you?
Actually, it does, Chemic, which I was going to point out, and then I got distracted by Massacre stuff. See, I agree, I call it does. I think it is very understandable, personally. Yay, Chemic! I may have lost my lives, but I will never lose my Chemic! What? Okay, I want to expand like a bastard.
Yes? Nothing stands in my way.
Actually, the funny thing is there is an Assassin Zerg in lore, we just don't see that much of it. It is the Shapeshifter that the Corruptors could make.
Let's get this over with.
And it's pretty much as horrible as it sounds.
The swarm never rests.
Well, I will be streaming Fallout, just not immediately, obviously.
The swarm hungers.
Get some
Push
resources. Ahead. We should be okay
Get
on resources
going.
for at least a bit.
Speak quickly. This world is mine.
Is that Gamer Techno and Taboo? Welcome back, dude. What's up? Or Dudette? I don't know. It doesn't matter.
That Gorgon is almost to the hive cluster.
We're fine, Kerrigan. God, chill. Chill. It's all good.
Our forces should avoid the Gorgon. Only a Scourge nest can destroy it.
2 down. There's more coming.
The Zerg have the ability to basically listen in
Crush Kerrigan.
on communications, which is also funny because the reverse is also kind of true. Yes, I do actually, Devo. I am very much well versed in the lore of Fallout. I actually have already done a couple of lore runs of Fallout, most notably New Vegas, which I did last year, I want to say. When did I do the New Vegas lore run? Does anyone remember that one?
Get going.
Thank you, my queen. There are more of my brood burrowed among the dead.
I may want to keep you near the front lines to spawn creep tumors.
I understand. The more tumors there are, the faster creep spreads.
You know, I like how they actually call it tumors. That's just indicative, don't you think? A little bit more.
You? Let's get this over with.
Wow, it really has been a year
Nothing
since New
stands
Vegas.
in my way.
That's insane.
Push ahead.
Time flies, huh, guys? So let's talk about the Bone Trench a little bit while we're here. There's only a few hints as to what this place is, so I'll just go ahead and start this sentence with, we don't know what the Bone Trench actually is. Oh, sorry, Third, I didn't realize it wasn't a tumor. How are we the hipster crowd? I was actually just talking to one of my friends about that earlier. It's like, you know, once upon a time, and this is arguably still true, a Blizzard game, even an expansion, merits more attention than a Fallout game. No offense to Fallout 4 at all, but I mean, really? Anywho, the Bone Trench is a place. Let's look at the facts. We know it leads straight to the Dominion base. We know this is right about where the final battle occurred in Wings of Liberty. We also know that there's tons and tons and tons and tons of dead Zerg here. Like, literally tons and tons of it. Literally
Nothing stands in my way.
a ridiculous amount of it. So it is my opinion, my theory, I suppose I should say, that this is where the last battle was being fought against Kerrigan. This is the area where Kerrigan had, where the Queen of Blades had been attacking us over and over and over and over. I try, Deutsch. I try to make my channel nice and organized. I don't always succeed, but I try. And so...
That Gorgon is almost to the hive cluster.
Oh, we're
We need
fine.
another scourge nest.
We're fine. Chill.
The swarm hungers.
Jeez, Kerrigan.
Let's get this over with.
Already, Boster? Jeez Louise. Not yet.
Yes?
And there.
Out with it.
So the idea here is that not only is this the place where the final battle was fought, hence the massive amount of dead Zerg all over the place, but this is what the Dominion has been doing this entire time.
Another Gorgon down. Keep it up. Awaken more scourge nests.
Where are the rest of the...
Call in another Gorgon.
If you don't understand the significance of what I'm saying here, remember that they're not just trying to claim the planet and claim its resources. They're trying to basically wipe out the swarm, like, in its entirety, to the point where there is no more swarm.
The swarm
And so, this is the place, if I could make a parallel to Final Fantasy VI, this is the Esper dumping ground, where they have been putting all of the corpses of the Zerglings that they've been killing. Not just Zerglings, excuse me, but all the Zerg in general. All the many, 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 many dead who have fallen here and are being dumped here. You notice one of the most common things that all the Terrans are doing here, before you fight them, is they're burning the corpses. And there's lots of... This place has lots of infrastructure, but as you can see, this is a great example of it, it's only partially finished. It's new. It's recent. So they've just set up this place as a garbage dump for all the Zerg. And to use an example of what I mean, they have things like this where they're quite literally putting chunks of Zerg onto those and tossing them into the magma to deal with them. And oh, Gorgon! Gorgon. Pay attention, Arsh. There we go.
Let's get this over with.
Of course, if anybody else has any other theories, I would love to hear them. I love hearing your guys' theory crafting, as ever. What are you linking, Baronessa? You are a horrible person, Baronessa. Well, see, the funny thing about that, Kemek, is, while I agree with you, if you think about it, he's not really being that stupid here, as bizarre as that sounds. I mean, really, his strategy here is entirely valid. The only thing that's wrong with it is we have more Scourge Nests. He's got the fleet to keep coming after us, and this ship will defeat us if it reaches us. I mean, look at this monstrosity. Look at how many cannons are on that thing. Love the Gorgon, by the way. I would still prefer the Hyperion, but this is a beautiful ship. Yeah, admittedly, there are some other things. Like I said, Heart of the Swarm underwent several fundamental changes when they were making it. I've already mentioned two of them. The Abathur change. Oh, excuse me, three of them. The Abathur change, the Isha change, and the Kerrigan change. All three of those are pretty fundamental changes in the story arc. So, you know. They are... I don't think they're cooking them for the purposes of food. I don't think that's how I would phrase that. But cooking them in general, yeah, I think that's a valid statement. So I actually have found this mission pretty rough, like I said, on hard difficulty. Not because the mission itself is hard. Actually, the mission, if you're just doing the mission, is pretty easy. Doing the bonus, that was actually pretty challenging for me. Because you are basically on a timer on this mission. You only have X amount of time before the Gorgon reaches you, and you always have to take out the Gorgon. And there's always going to be a new Gorgon, so...
There's not much time.
Go ahead and do this, and we'll go ahead and get this one going. There should be some biomass around here somewhere. Actually, it's funny you say that. We know for a fact that mutalisk wings, as in barbecued mutalisk wings, are a thing, Zed. So, I'll let you think about that.
Leave this planet to me, Warfield.
Never, Kerrigan.
General Warfield called in another Gorgon, my queen.
Actually, I totally agree with you, Dakota.
All Zerg. You'll join them soon enough.
I totally agree with the idea that Warfield is simply not as good of a ground commander as Raynor was. Not only just because it makes sense, but because most of his war experience was as an admiral. It's effectively a time limit, was kind of my point. Where is that biomatter? I know it's around... Oh, is it over here?
Nothing stands in my way.
Damn it, Baronessa.
The swarm never rests.
Actually, yeah, I'm pretty sure this area would be toxic as crap. It's probably why they're actually using the magma, nature of
Get going.
of the world in order to process the mass. And where the crap is the rest of the biomass? I'm still missing two of them.
Nothing stands in my way.
I guess we don't have to get them. I mean, if you think about it in a certain direction. One time I made the mistake of having one of these creep tumors under the Gorgon's path as it went by and completely missed it. And so,
Push ahead.
it died. And then I had to completely scrabble to make it happen.
Get going.
In time. Chemic, I'm sure that would actually be quite successful. Mutalisk wings. Oh, no. Yes, I know, Mr. Blast. I was kidding. I'm pretty sure Zerg meat is not edible in the strictest sense of the word. I mean, if you want to pull it, technically it is, but we don't do that on this show. Yes, I know there's Fallout 4 streams. If you want to go watch a Fallout 4 stream, no judgment. It's totally up to you. I will obviously not be doing that.
This world is mine. Yes?
Like I said, this is another good example of what they're doing with this biomass. They're just literally burning it.
We need another scourge nest.
Also kind of explains the areas back here where there's less biomass and it's just bone, where they've already burned it to the ground, relatively speaking.
Out with it. Push ahead.
Our forces are under attack.
Yeah.
Let's get this over with.
To my knowledge, creep does not dissolve anything, though. It is more of a nutrient source for the buildings and whatnot than it is anything else. Although it can also help to benefit the swarm as a whole.
Obtained good sequences.
There we go. Now do it. Hey, Roaring. Now we should be good to do this.
Yes?
Mineral field.
Yes, remember, and this is true for my mods as well, I have given permission to give out timeouts
Pay for this, Kerrigan.
for violations of the no men policy, which, for those of you not aware, means no mentioning, as in no frickin' spoilers, and no mentioning. It's actually quite self-explanatory, I suppose, so I don't really need to explain it. But the point is, please do not mention Fallout 4 Legacy of the Void. We are trying to avoid everything and walk in as blind as we can.
Let's get this over with.
Please and thank you. Oh, was that it? No, we're done. We've won. Okay, we'll just chill for a bit.
There's not much time.
So, Kimmick, did you ever... this is probably a good time if you want to go ahead and ask about the Kerrigan thing. Unless you want to save it until we do the Zerus mission. I'd understand if you want to do that. So, it's up to you, man.
Get another Gorgon into the fight.
After I'm done with Legacy of the Void, Roaring.
Mineral field depleted.
Spread the creep. Spread the creep. Spread the creep quicker. God, creep is just so gross. I mean, it actually makes a huge amount of sense for a thing like creep to exist for the Zerg, and it's a great aspect of setting building, but man, that's gross. It's literally goop. Yeah, not goop, it's biomass. That's veins and nerves and digestive system, tracts and whatnot, in order to get, like I said, to get nutrients and resources to and from other buildings, and to help the words, the units that are on it, the Zerg to feed off of it or generate energy off it or whatever. Yeah, I guess I could be using some vomit right now to speed this up. Except I can't. Where's my vomit button? I want Overlord vomit, damn it! I need to hurry. The thing is gonna hit the nest soon if I'm not stupid. Or if I'm not there. There we go. Okay. Goodbye. Wow. So, in case I've never mentioned this before.
To that Scourge nest before the Zerg activated.
Another Gorgon down. Keep it up. Awaken more Scourge nests.
In case you're not
I claim
aware.
this planet in the name of the Terran Dominion. I'm not gonna lose it.
Oh, I think you are. This is your last Gorgon, isn't it?
Yeah. Thank you for asking permission, Gelson. Yes, you may like an image.
Nothing stands in my way.
No! Baroness Bragwin isn't even here right now. Yeah, I guess I'll go do that. Hang on. You, get up here. I think the movement speed is supposed to emphasize the fact that they're literally getting, like, energy from it. I'm not 100% sure on that one. Damn it, Kemek. Creep. More creep. Spread my creep. Spread. Alright, what do you like in me? Wow. That looks like some really good spaghetti. Or, contrarily, some really terrible spaghetti. I'm not sure which. Guys, he took over my stream that one day. It was incredible. I can't believe the gall that he did that. So, in case I haven't mentioned this to you guys yet, I've never actually played Heart of the Swarm on casual before. So, I gotta be honest, this is kind of weird. I'm used to, like, racing through this mission and just barely getting to this last one in time. And I'm just like, do-do-do-do-do. I guess I'll take my time, you know, and just casually make the creep here happen. The smell of home. They are filled with determination from the creep. I have no idea, Roaring. Although I imagine you don't need to. And we're done. Go. Gotta watch the ship. Yeah, think about how many people just died on those ships. Oh, shush, Samurai.
Pull back! Repeat! All Dominion forces in the trench! Retreat! We've lost control! Kerrigan, this is Warfield. I know you can hear me. I have a message for you. Bring everything you have. Bring your whole swarm. I don't want to hunt down stragglers after we wipe you out.
I'll see you on the Dauntless Plateau, old man.
I do think it was done deliberately, Kemek. I'm not sure it was had anything to do with the romance plot. I also don't think it's a retcon at all, for reasons we'll get to when we get there. Although, like I said, I'm not happy with what they did with the primal appearance. Whatever.
I feel my queen's hatred, burning like a star. But there is something underneath it. I do not understand.
It's pain, Isha. Sometimes even my hatred can't shield me from memories.
Of an enemy who damaged you?
No. Memories of better times. Of a friend now lost.
I do like the fact that Isha is so... The concept of...
stronger, my queen. New
any concept that isn't basic or
within your
bestial is
chamber.
just completely alien to Isha.
Isha, when the Queen of Blades... When I commanded the swarm here on Char, what was I like?
You were mighty. You made us cunning and strong. And we knew we would survive forever under you.
And now?
Now nothing is clear, but the swarm will continue. If you die, we will serve another leader.
I am the leader of the swarm, and if I die, so do all of you. Remember it.
Now that's interesting because that's going to shift her perspective later, as we've already mentioned. She's trying to basically put it into the mind that she wants to die and then take the swarm with her. As we will see throughout the course of this game, that'll change to the point where she actually cares about the progression of the swarm and wants the swarm to actually go on without her.
That fortress is nearly unassailable. There is only one ground approach, and one...
It doesn't matter. We're the swarm. We can sacrifice thousands for each one of their soldiers.
I like how the background slowly changes, by the way. Now there's Zerg flying around, Mutalisks, Overlords, etc. Even though there shouldn't be Mutalisks at this point in time. I like it because they do this in several missions to show the progression. We'll see this in Skygar, or Skigar, however you pronounce it as well.
Your strategy against the Terrans was strange, but I understand it now.
Abathur's changes are bearing fruit. Do you remember what I told you on the battlefield?
Vision. Is this like cunning?
No.
Viciousness?
Abathur, go to him.
His work is painful.
His work will make you understand vision.
I will go.
I will be tortured. God, Kerrigan. I'm not sure if Jennifer Hale is in this game. I'm really not. That's actually an interesting question, Boster. If Warfield should have just been ready for a I die, you die with me strategy. I don't think they really had the time to set that up properly, if I'm honest. Interesting idea, Gamer Techno. I'm not sure what I think of that.
New discovery. Large-scale improvement to Zergling sequences.
What kind of improvement?
Answer complex. Can branch evolution of fully evolved Zergling. Form 2 new strains.
Then add them to the swarm, Abathur.
Strains mutually exclusive. Will compete in sequence. One must be chosen. Other must be discarded.
Fine. Make some of each. I want to see them in action.
We'll set up tests for both. Initiate from evolution pit.
So, evolution missions are kind of fun. They're simple, they're basic, and they're short, but they're always fun. And then you get to choose basically what you choose. Exactly right. Since we're doing a casual playthrough, I thought it would be fun to go ahead and let you guys decide which unit we'll be doing. So, we're going with the... Hang on. Did we finish the previous poll? We did. Okay. So we're going to go with the Raptor Zerglings. Or, you know what? The Locust Zerglings. Or the... Is it shoot, I don't remember the other option. There's the Hopping Zerglings, and then there's the other ones. And I don't remember what the other ones are. Someone remind me so I can type it into chat. Yeah, I love all these missions, too, in all honesty. Like I said, they're short, fun, silly. I guess, yeah, we'll go into the mission so you guys can see. Oh, here it goes. It's the Raptor
essence discovered on Dominion Security World.
And the Swarmling.
Essence. Adapt Zergling.
Okay.
Destroy Dominion outpost.
Okay, we're going to do the mission first so anybody who doesn't know and isn't aware can see both of the upgrades. Yeah, I've always gotten that impression too, Kamek. His dialogue is very well written. They actually go out of their way to remove a lot of unnecessary words from his speech. Pronouns is a good example. And unnecessarily verb choices and whatnot. To just make it... make it so that he talks differently but still understandably. It's a great way to alienate him.
Planet Callus.
I love the zoom-ins, too.
Dominion security outpost in cliffs above valley. Out of reach. Adaptation required.
So...
Local Karak vault through air. Attack prey. Devour Karak. Collect essence. Can assimilate trait into Zergling strand.
Yeah, I agree.
Once collected,
with the Morden thing.
Dominion outpost within reach.
So, I haven't really talked about essence yet. I'm trying to think of a good time to talk about that. But we'll get there. We'll get there. We got the essence.
Essence acquired. New sequence spun into Zergling strand. Augmented Zerglings ready for combat.
So these are raptors.
Good. Let's see them in action.
For those of you not aware of them.
Delivering additional Zerglings now.
I like the look of the Raptor Zerglings a lot, I admit it. Also, Raptor Zerglings can do this. They're basically like Reapers in Wings of Liberty, if you remember.
Leaps to close on enemy. Scales cliffs.
They also can, as he said, leap to approach the enemy. So they, in addition to their move speed, they'll also get to the enemy faster because they basically got a charge attack. And, I do fearsome, and I agree. I think that's when we'll talk about essence. I can't do his voice. That's also Steve Blum, by the way.
Outpost destroyed. Next strain ready for testing.
By the way, this is another good example of Kerrigan kind of going off into the ethical quandary.
Planet Astrid 3. Feral Zerg brood.
This is also indicative of the Zerg's mindset. They are wiping out Dominion bases, killing dozens, if not hundreds of people as a test.
Unique adaptation. Morph Zerglings very fast.
I'm taking control of the hive cluster right now.
Incorporating adaptation into swarm.
There's a Dominion force on this world, inbound on the hive cluster. Work fast, Abathur.
Swarmling strain complete. Ready to morph.
The other reason this is so indicative of Zerg mentality, by the way, is remember the whole thing about the Zerg is mutation and evolution through dire circumstances. In other words, they could just sit in a lab and design like, humans do, for example, or Protoss even. But instead, they throw them out into the field to get live testing to force this mutation, force the adaptation in a live circumstances, which then causes the creatures to adapt and change and so forth and so on. I really like that. I really like that idea, even if it's kind of horrible that we're murdering hundreds of people in order to make this happen. So, this is what these do. Very quick hatching. And 3 Zerglings per egg. These are the Swarmlings. They're actually called Swarmlings.
Attackers eliminated. Ready to morph additional Zerglings. Destroy base.
We require.
Then shoot everywhere.
Exactly, Boster. And yeah, murdering the Zerglings too, because it's not like the Zerglings' lives matter. Why would they? The swarm matters, not the individuals. Which is another example of the individual versus collectivism theory, theme that's been present ever since the original Starcraft. See you around, Mr. Blasty.
Dominion dead. Swarmling test concluded. Must prepare sequences for swarm integration. Returning to evolution pit.
Yeah, I do too, Theodoricus. Then shoot everywhere.
Sequences
all right.
Ready for integration.
By the way,
decision.
Notice that this will be a common theme throughout this, and it's subtle at first, because you think it's just there to differentiate the two styles. But this is actually Kala versus Void mentality, and it's true in virtually all of them. The Kala is the one that improves, makes it stronger, is more outward. The Void is the one that alters, changes, diversifies it. So, vote 1 for the Raptor, vote 2 for the Swarmling. This is another way that dichotomy seeps in, and it's a great way to gameplay and story integrate it. In actual fact, some of my playthroughs I try to go all Void or all Kala energies with my upgrades, just to have that synergy going. There's no real specific reason to do that. I just like the idea. I also love, I love the gameplay design choice that they they don't just give you the missions, which help flesh out the setting a little bit, but they give you the missions so you can play the units yourselves and see exactly what they can do, and then give you the choice of updating them. I do find it interesting that the Raptors cut the slow-mo. That amuses me. If I'm being honest, I think StarCraft 2 overuses the slow-mo a little bit. I'm not a huge fan of slow-mo. I get that it's got a cool factor and has its uses, but I feel like they overuse it. Just my opinion. I'm going to give you just a minute while I go refresh my drink. Then, the Zerglings. Alright. Live for the swarm. Wow. We are apparently going with the Kala. I mean the Raptors. It also gives you specific stats, as you can see here. Leaps, +2 damage, and can jump up and down. Spawns in groups of 3 and morphs almost instantly. Nice little thing here. Once you pick this is a permanent choice, by the way. Unlike everything else, which can be adapted on the fly. And Abathur makes it pretty clear. This is pretty much a permanent choice. Hell yes for cool factor.
Tell me about the changes you made to Zagara.
Brood Mother template already allowed complex problem solving, learning, ability to command broods, multiple focuses. Now added muscle density, expanded brain matter. Now able to hypothesize multiple scenarios, cognitive flexibility.
Perhaps I should add this to all future brood mothers.
Extraneous brain matter deemed unnecessary for broodmother role in swarm. Extra matter requires extra energy. Also leads to increased independence. This contradicts imperative. Zerg must present no danger to leader of swarm.
Times are changing. I want my minions as dangerous as possible.
A new tier of abilities has awakened. If you wish to use a new ability, you must select it. Otherwise, it will not activate.
I think we'll go and go with this one for this mission, because that amuses me. Anyways, I like that comment, by the way. It avoids prime directive. The swarm must offer no threat to its leader. You might be thinking, oh, well, that makes sense, given the way the swarm works. You know, the cohesive whole thing and the fact that they are totally dependent on their leader. But the question is risen, do you think the Overmind put that in as the imperative? Or do you think Amon did? Oh no, you're absolutely correct, Foster. Although some people at Blizzard say, no, he's evil. He's just evil. But we've already talked about how I don't really agree with several of the things that Blizzard says in some cases. Hey, I'm Sonda. Have a good one, man.
Destroy the Terran fortress. They will fight with everything they have. We need only your command, my queen.
Oh, goody, we get the aberration for this mission. That being said, I like this mission. This is a fun one. That's true, Kelson. It could be either of them or both of them in equal measures. Personally, I think it was Amon. Especially since such a directive is, as we know, in the Overmind, towards Amon. So, yeah. Anyways.
We've reached the Terran fortress. They're dug in and ready for us.
So you ready to see a real swarm, guys?
For subtlety here. We will go after them wherever they are and overwhelm them.
Prepare for nuclear launch. I want the only thing left of these bugs to be glowing corpses.
General Warfield is activating his nuclear arsenal.
We have to move fast. Zagara, you set up a hive cluster while I take this wave and do as much damage as I can.
So, for the swarm!
I will ready a hive cluster for the swarm.
For the swarm. God, I love how we just pushed through what looks like 10 stolid feet of steel. I love that. I absolutely adore that.
Lock and load! Repel the Zerg assault. Don't budge an inch.
Get going. Nothing stands in my way.
This isn't even as big as it could be. It's just, look at this, look at this.
The swarm have arrived to reinforce your attack, my queen.
Oh, good. F2, A, click. F2, A, click. I wonder if we could just win with the initial force on casual.
Incoming Zerg! Get the wounded to the evac ships!
Leave the evac. Notice you can't even attack the evac ships, by the way. I just feel like pointing that out.
Let's get this over with.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, seriously, don't budge an inch! Okay, how's about a mile?
I am sending more Zerg to you, my queen. May they be useful in your attack.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, we need to, there we go.
Out with it.
Banelings are set up wrong.
This world is mine.
Oh hey, there's a couple more.
My attention.
We've only got 188 Zerglings here. Go, my minions! More than most of the other,
These bugs will never
more than most of the missions, I think this one really helps emphasize the swarm. And it's appropriate that this is the mission on Char. I mean, you know.
Nothing stands in my way. Push ahead.
Wow.
Leave Char.
That's what I think, yes,
If
Kinnick.
you stay, I will slaughter your men to the last. Rest.
Do note that she actually gives him an opportunity to retreat.
Time for the nuclear option. Kill them all.
Wow, that's more than one nuke. Oh, I know, Jijon. I've played this on Brutal. That's why I was just like, wow, we might be able to win with just the initial force. Yikes.
Our hive cluster barely survived that blast, my queen.
Warfield will drop more nukes on us as his arsenal comes online. Our only hope is to breach his tactical operations center. Once we're inside, it's all over.
I have created something to help you destroy
Aberrations.
the aberration.
Sequences sloppy, yet effective.
Ugh, sloppy is
Use
right.
them, my queen. Take control of the base.
So, here's the brief summary of the aberrations. Imagine a human being that is a walking pain factory at every second of its existence. That's an aberration. I'm just going to attack move with them, and frankly, if they die, that's a mercy. Because they need to die. Because, oh my god! For those of you who are here at my discussion at aberrations, you know why I'm literally delivering those troops to their deaths. Ugh. Ugh. God. Just, ugh. Creeps me out just thinking about it.
In these facilities, the Terrans experiment upon the Zerg. This cannot be allowed.
Oh, shush.
I'll destroy them if I get the chance, Zagara.
No.
You can spawn more overlords to increase your supply.
Die bravely. Please? Okay, so here's the thing. Aberrations are actually pretty damn strong. They're basically tanks. Actually, I do Night Forager. In fact, funny fact, we'll have a cutscene up ahead where she basically tells Abathur, stop working with Terrans, like, ever again. And Abathur's like, okay, thank you. And then Kerrigan's like, wait, what? And we find out that Abathur actually hates working with Kerrigan, with Terrans. They are, like I said, the summary is walking pain factories. They are a mess. No, no, I am not making aberrations. Just no. God, no. I am never, ever making aberrations. I'm glad there's no missions to upgrade aberrations, by the way. You know, Ultralisks, Hydralisks, Mutalisks, most of the iconic Zerg units. But not those things.
The swarm never rests.
Right. I need 3 of these. And then 3 of these. Yeah. So 6. That many.
We require more.
Men, we've located the Zerg hive cluster. Deploy assault teams.
Like I said to Koida, yeah, it's kind of...
What is it now?
Whatever. You're right, Sid. Pain is irrelevant. Ugh! 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 Yeah, okay, that hurts. We're gonna stop doing that. Sorry, guys. I'm just not cut out to be a Zerg. So normally I remember having to build up a pretty decent assault force in this mission. Curious how this will work on casual. Like, I really am curious here.
Let's get this over.
I'm thinking Zerglings. Lots of Zerglings. What do you guys think? Anybody agree with my decision? Sacrificing aberrations is poor tactical decision. Abathur, smack yourself. With a cannon. Very unlikely, Ryan. To the point of, I could pretty much tell absolutely no, I am not. I will not be doing it tomorrow either, nor the day after that. Now, eventually, yes. Not immediately.
We require more minerals.
Baneling Rush. I could do that. See, I can't do that, Zagara. It's the same reason I can't use stim packs. And don't do a few other things throughout the course of the game. Can't bring myself to. I am a sentimental old fool.
Nuclear launch detected.
What, really?
The Terrans are launching another nuclear
You're
missile.
nuking me out here? Really?
Who asked you?
We can move out of the area.
Yes, I know how to avoid nukes. I've been doing it for a while now. Oh, crap. Get back, get back. I don't know how to defend my base, apparently, but I can...
Speak quickly.
Of course, Chaos Rider. Again, kill yourself immediately. If they are Jijan, I'm not aware of it. It's possible there's some lore that I'm not aware of on that one. It's not like I know everything.
Nothing stands in my way.
Honestly, we don't need gas at all on this mission, so I'm not going to bother. No, they were trying to nuke where Kerrigan was at the time. That's what they were doing. Let's do... Oh, hey, the respawn mechanism. I forgot I even had that on. It would fit relatively well, Night Forager, and then everyone in it would die, because Zerg and Protoss and Dominion. See you around, Octavian.
Mutation.
That is a good point, Jijan. I hadn't thought about it that way. I'll have to look into that. See if there's any new lore on the... Like if there was a short story I missed or something.
You have my attention.
which is entirely possible, like I said. Let's do that. Investors? You are... Chaos Rider! Okay, look, dude. No. There we go. Don't worry, guys. We're almost ready to get going. I just want a little more bank before we move. Oh my god, really? Really? Oh, whatever.
Yes?
Am I moving slightly faster? Slightly.
Let's get this over with.
Fortunately, we have the Raptor, so they can just hop up there and do their thing.
The swarm hungers.
That's actually what I'm going to do, Nardo. Whoops, I totally did the wrong thing. Ah, whatever. So, let's just do this. Oh, and this, apparently. Where? Yeah, he's just targeting Kerrigan with that.
Nothing stands in my way.
Like, seriously, that's all he's doing, is targeting Kerrigan with that. That timing. Do you see that? Oh my god, really?
There's not much time.
Mutation complete.
Go up there. Why are you at... Gosh darn it.
Who asked you?
My queen. Completing bonus objectives will increase your
I'm
power
going to
level.
stab you, Isha. It's nothing personal, it's just gonna happen.
The swarm never rests.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Oh, I am envious, Shavan. It's so hard to get good croissants around here. Oh, excuse me, I have to say them like the little windows. Croissants. It's hard to get good croissants around here. Except she has a cute little voice and I don't, but,
What is it now?
You'll just have to imagine it.
There's not much time.
Alright, let's go win the match, shall we?
It's over with.
So, okay. We know that she's after Warfield specifically because of the fact that she wants to send a message to Mensk. I'm not going to try and argue that what she's doing here is not kind of evil. In fact, this actually bothers me what she's willing to do here. Especially since, as I've already mentioned, Warfield's a good guy. No! No more aberrations!
There's not much time.
I don't want aberrations. Go die!
The swarm hungers.
Anyways, the question then becomes... It's not about do you think she was justified in her actions, because...
Evacuate civilians. Soldiers, stand your ground.
That's not really the question. Although, as you'll notice, he does refuse to leave the planet.
Damn it! You'll regret this, Kerrigan.
But at the same time, he does make it a point to evacuate the civilians first, which I think really emphasizes the kind of character Warfield is.
Out with it.
He is very much not a Dominion soldier. Remember, Dominion is all about, needs of the many at the expense of the needs of the few, right? The kind of thinking that would lead towards, doing the deplorable, disgusting, terrible things that the Dominion does. So yeah, I'm with you on that, Foster. I think Warfield is just pretty much the wrong guy in the wrong place at the wrong time, because he genuinely believes in the cause of humanity, not the Dominion, not Mensk, humanity. And so he is here doing a mission he does care about, that he does feel is a correct, damn it, Chaos, that is a correct thing to do. The destruction of the swarm for the betterment of humanity. And it's hard to argue with that idea because, I mean...
The swarm never rests.
Well, I mean, should I even explain the rest of this?
Get going.
Really? Really?
Warfield has launched another missile at our forces.
He's gonna hit the bridge! We're gonna be stranded here!
I've taken out the science facilities. That'll put an end to Warfield's experiments.
I hope those bugs are good company, because they'll join you in hell.
He's also...
left Char to me, Warfield.
He's also not really good at diplomacy.
The swarm never rests.
So, like...
Damn it, girl! We saved you! How could you return to this? You gave up your humanity for this? To kill more people? Ghost teams, Bravo and Delta, open fire!
By the way,
we should morph units that can attack flying units.
we don't have anything.
Queens from
Oh,
the
I guess we have
hatchery
queens.
to destroy the
So never
enemy's
mind.
flyers.
I was gonna say, we don't have anything that can attack flyers. Well, okay, we can do.
Get going.
Yes, he would, Night Forger, absolutely.
There's not much time.
When I usually do this mission, I usually do it after Zerus because Warfield's lines kind of make a bit more sense for that. I feel like this is the first moment at which Kerrigan starts to realize what she's doing here. Like, it really starts to sink in. I mean, yeah, revenge, and yeah, screw 'em, and yeah, hatred, and yeah, pain. But, this drives it home. This upcoming cutscene.
The way is clear.
What are these aberrations doing here?
Hunt them all down, but leave General Warfield to me.
Lieutenant, get the wounded to those shuttles.
We're almost there. Should I send a team to get you?
I'm fine, Lieutenant. Just see to those wounded. I'll get out another way.
General, there's too many Zerg. We're not gonna make it.
Kerrigan, you listen to me. I have 3 shuttles packed with men too injured to ever be a threat to you. Husbands, fathers, you let those shuttles go. You hear me?
General, we're surrounded. There's no way out.
You bitch. You're not even human anymore. You betrayed us all. For what? Petty revenge? How many innocents have you killed? How many more have to die? What if Raynor could see you right now?
We're surrounded. We're not gonna make it. General, the Zerg pulled back. It's a miracle. We're going to make it. General. General.
How many people have you have ever done something in your life that you regretted? Something violent and emotional and in the moment. And then, you know, the moment you did it, you regretted it. I sometimes feel that's how Kerrigan was there. Like, she was looking over him, and she's just so dispassionate. You get the idea that she doesn't really have it in her to kill him. And then he mentions Raynor, and her rage takes over, and she murders him. And then she lets the people go. I'm not sure what I think of that, but again, very human. So long, Warfield.
There's no turning back now.
I do not understand.
The Terrans will never forgive what I'm doing here. If my becoming human again eased their fears, well, I've given them new reasons to be afraid. But I'm not going to wait for them to come after me. I'll strike first.
Our Leviathan is able to travel to another world at your command.
But first,
Char is ours, once again.
Our enemies should fear us.
We still have a long way to go.
We are numberless, we are relentless, and we are evolving.
We are also done on Char. I will decide on our next destination soon.
I use digital for my PC games, Venters. I use console or physical for my console games. So I have the digital version of Legacy. I don't completely forgive what she did there, Chemic. Let me make that clear. Like I said, she does a lot of questionable moral and ethical decisions, and she does some pretty bad stuff in this campaign. And that's not the only thing she does that's bad. But, well, we'll see. I'm curious how her arc is going to go in Legacy, since we won't be playing as her. And she's basically got a whole new war to fight.
I am so powerful. I feel as if I could be a threat to you now.
Listen well, Zagara. Someday you might rule the Swarm. If you think you can take it now, make your move. But the next time we fight, it is to the death. All or nothing.
I will serve you and learn from you. And perhaps someday, I will lead the Swarm. But not today.
And what lesson did I teach you?
Vision, my queen. You taught me vision.
The Swarm is powerful, but power is not enough for its leader. I defeated Warfield not through numbers or strength. I simply possessed vision, and he did not.
I will remember it, my queen.
The real lesson here, of course, is essence. But anyways, that is a good question, Chemic. Like I said, I don't think she needs redemption for what she did as the Queen of Blades, but does Kerrigan deserve redemption for what she did? Because it is interesting to see that everything she does here is basically of her own choice. Before she was controlled by the Confederacy, then she was controlled by Mensk, then she was controlled, well, by the Queen of Blades / Amon / the Overmind, however you want to define that. Now she does stuff all on her own. And she just killed a lot of people for no other reason than to start working towards revenge against Mensk, so... I mentioned that earlier to Koida, how the writers even apologized for it, because they're like, we don't know, we don't have time to do this, so we're just going to have a lot of exposition.
I'm going to look into your memories and find out why I feel so angry when I see you.
Memories not important. Distractions.
I see it in your mind. You designed the Queen of Blades. Your limbs wrapped me in the chrysalis.
Weak and soft. Broke bones, tore flesh, improved you.
If you weren't important to my plans, you'd be dead right now.
Unclear.
I like how he completely doesn't understand that mentality. It's so alien to her. Or to him. It? Most people refer to Abathur as a him, so I'll just call him an him. It's so alien to him. Why would you kill me? That's so stupid. I am very efficient and logical for the function of the Swarm. You know? I also like the idea that he doesn't even understand why she would hold a grudge against him. By the way, hi Groxic. Sorry I didn't say hi earlier. I mean, why would you hold a grudge? He improved her. He made her stronger in like every way. Anyway, so we now have a Baneling mission, if memory serves. Yep.
Baneling strain ready for
yes.
implementation.
Do I have any Baneling?
Discovered creature with powerful essence.
That's
Good
Roach
adaptation
and
defeat creature.
Here and what else have we got here? I actually missed that one. Whatever. So we're going to be going through Splitter and Hunter. Our Hunter. But of course we're not going to start it until you guys see it. So let's show you these two ones. Yeah, Abathur is an awesome character. Well written, well designed, well voice acted. Yeah, exactly, Javin. Absolutely, exactly. Oh, here we go.
Planet Nelith. Unique life form present on surface. Mitoscarab. Organism has evolved elegant survival mechanism.
I actually have an idea for that, Venters. Yeah, sure, Seventh. Why not? Aw. See you around, Boster. You have a good one. I'll be streaming tomorrow, hopefully with no frickin' delays this time. So, hope to see you tomorrow if nothing else. I understand if you want to play Fallout 4 or Legacy.
I want the Mitoscarab essence assimilated before the Protoss know we're here.
So the upgrade method I think they would use, Venters, if I was in charge of Legacy, is I would make it so that one of the mechanics, one of the resources, instead of the levels or the essence or the credits or the research, would be diplomatic ties, something more vague, something more ill-defined than something so concrete. So you forge an alliance with this clan, and each clan adds something new to your forces, so each given clan can change the way your units work, because their innovations and their designs or their way of thinking is different than yours. It would also be a great way to emphasize that the Protoss are finally moving forward, which has been a theme ever since Wings of Liberty, basically. That the Protoss are adapting and learning and actually moving the technology forward rather than being stagnant. And having it move forward on the fly like that with that whole diplomatic system, I think would be really cool. It would also emphasize the Protoss, becoming the cohesive whole again, rather than, tribe, whatever, rather than being the disparaged forces that they have been ever since, well, technically ever since the Kala incident, but ever since the Battle of Ire. I think we got him.
Require additional essence. Prime Mitoscarab near.
Die. Die. Continue to die. Possibly some AI research. That would be dangerous, but hey. They need it.
Spinning sequence into Baneling strand. Augmented Banelings ready for combat.
See, these are Baneling splitters.
Excellent. Let's introduce the Protoss to our new friends.
One thing I find interesting is that Kerrigan seems to have very much of a grudge against the Protoss. I was confused by that until I realized she has no reason to respect or like the Protoss like we do, and like Raynor does.
Splits into two smaller creatures upon detonation. Occurs only once. Delivering Banelings now.
So, actually, I mentioned that because it makes a lot of sense as to why Kerrigan would be fairly anti-Protoss, whereas, she technically probably shouldn't be.
Defend the shrine.
The Protoss are finished. Ready your next experiment, Abathur.
That's also true, Jijon. Her last memory of the Protoss was fighting them. So, a very valid point as well.
Volcanic resource world. Hostile terrain. Thousands of Banelings subjected to lava.
No.
Extreme conditions used to guide evolution. Over many cycles, adaptation occurs.
Valid point, Dakota.
New strain emerges.
Yes, that's right. Hopping Banelings, guys. Kind of like the Raptors, actually.
That's useful.
Successful specimens scattered on surface must gather.
One of the other things I like about these evolution missions is they help flesh out the sector. You're gonna have to explain that statement, Equalitus.
Survivors located here must be collected. Lava rising. Remain on high ground.
Oh, I'm already on high ground. The evolution missions help flesh out the sector more.
At regular intervals. Utilize high ground.
I'm on high ground, Abathur. It's all good.
Got some movement out here. Gonna check it out.
Oh god, we're dead! Because remember, up until this point, we've only seen, like, I think 8 worlds total. In these evolution missions, we see dozens. Well, actually, it's more like a dozen additional worlds with just a little bit of additional information to help flesh them out.
Lava surging.
Go, 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 go.
Safe.
This ain't fair!
Ugh. Made it. Made it. Yes, they do, Sigma.
Mining camp.
The essence.
Minerals.
That's also true,
I
Theodorus.
see them. Let's test out these new banelings.
Front entrance heavily fortified. Banelings unable to pass.
The base is built into the cliffs. Our banelings can travel overland and drop in from the back.
Yeah, I was being reckless there on purpose. I probably shouldn't have been. I also do like the fact that they kind of emphasize just how far-reaching the Zerg's ability to connect with each other is. Yeah, I was going to say, Banelings could totally crush that, but whatever, we'll follow the mission objectives. And go after this.
Where are they coming from?
Dominion mining facility destroyed. Experiment successful. Sequences.
Okay, so Splitter is the green one. Hunter is the purple one. Splitter is the one that makes multiples. Hunter is the one that bounces. There's your options. But yeah, the Zerg have the ability to communicate across huge distances basically instantaneously. And it's one of the main reasons why, as long as there's certain types of Zerg, as long as you're concentrating, basically, Kerrigan can control, someone of her power, I should say, or the Overmind's power, can control a Zerg basically instantaneously and personally. She does have to concentrate on it. She does have to focus on it. She can't just casually be like, oh, the Zerg, follow me. So during these missions, she's specifically focusing her energies on a spot and being like, okay, here, let's go do this. This is also why later on, when some of the other broodmothers join her, she will specifically focus on the broodmother and give the broodmother orders and then just let it do its own thing. Excuse me. Now, the reason that is given, and I'll admit this is a little bit of a gameplay thing over a story thing. Wow, that's a very split vote. Get it? Split. No. No, I'll stop. The reason that that is given that they can't do both options whenever they do these evolution missions is that both strains are designed to be that they're basically, it would be inefficient to try and combine them. It's like trying to combine black and white. You don't get something that is black and white, you get a big morass of gray, right? And so you don't really get either of what you're going for. That's the theory that's postulated. Now, in the interest of fairness, let's go ahead and be blunt. This is primarily a gameplay feature. They're doing this so you have to choose and that your choice actually has some significance, since everything else about the Zerg can be modified on the fly. I do like that idea, though. I do like the concept of different mutation paths being completely incompatible with each other, and therefore requiring you to pick and choose how you go up the tree, so to speak. Yeah, I see where you're saying on that, Takoida. I suppose it is debatable, I would say, but I agree that the Kala one really should be the one that's hopping, and the Void one really should be the one that's splitting. That would make much more sense. I wonder if they did that on purpose. I also wonder if they just screwed up. Heart of the Swarm was actually a somewhat rushed game, and it has a few more flaws to it than Wings of Liberty does, which is sad, but anyways. Like we already said, Equalitas, she actually has plenty of reason to hate the Protoss. Remember, she doesn't really know what's up with the Protoss. What does Kerrigan know about the Protoss? Let's see. They're uppity bastards who showed up out of nowhere to murder millions of Terrans because they happen to have Zerg on their worlds, and that's it. That's like all Kerrigan knows about the Protoss. She has not had any real exposure or interaction with them. Nowhere near on the level that Raynor or Mensk or we have had. So, in my opinion, Equalitas, I don't think it's schizophrenic. I think it makes perfect sense. I'm not trying to condone her actions, but that's because I like the Protoss. So I am admittedly biased on that. And yeah, like Jijan points out, the very last thing she saw with the Protoss was she was fighting them. And they were trying to kill her. So, you know, there's that. Yeah, no real hatred. In fact, if you remember, she actually apologizes to the Protoss woman that she infests in the mission you're referring to. Which is kind of horrifying when you think about it. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys one more second. Close! Oh, okay, so Hunter wins. So we will be Void. Which means we have hopping Banelings and hopping Zerglings. Yay.
New strain.
So now we have a Kala. I know it doesn't really work that way, but a Kala Zergling and a Void Baneling. Which is hilarious, because that would mean, because, you know, Banelings come out of Zerglings, so that means that... Anyways, she doesn't actually infest it. I was misspeaking, Dakota. When I say infest, I mean in the same way that a chest burster from the Alien series infests you. It's not actually infesting you. It is putting a parasite inside you that will then explode from within you and kill you horribly. So that's kind of horrible. Who is that strange Zeratul-shaped shape coming after us? I'm sure it's nothing. Is this the cutscene? Yep.
Zeratul.
Kerrigan, I have been to the beginning. Behold, Zerus, birthplace of the Zerg. Here the Zerg evolved, and here the Dark One altered them. Those left behind are the Primal Zerg. They fight. They kill. They evolve. Just as you must, if you survive.
Okay. So, let's discuss the bad of that. She says Zeratul and recognizes him. She probably should not recognize him. She definitely should not know his name. It's a plot hole. Moving on. Seriously, I've already discussed this, guys. They had an initial story arc for her, which was completely unrelated. The writing staff couldn't even agree what they were doing with her. Plot holes most often happen not necessarily because of a bad writing, but because of writing staff who disagree with each other. And that is clearly what's happening here. So that's the plot hole, and it's stupid. The other two things make perfect sense. First of all, the fact that she's going to beat the snot out of him. It makes perfect sense, not just because of any hatred or whatnot, although she probably does remember him as an opponent, and she definitely knows he's a Protoss, and he snuck onto her ship without communicating first. And she's really, really pissed off, and generally just wants to unleash herself on someone. Zeratul is also one of the only people who actually has the ability to endure that kind of a fight, so, yeah, the end, basically. She just basically just lays into him. Doesn't kill him, you know. In fact, it's arguable she barely even injures him compared to some of their other fights they've had. Second reason, Zeratul doesn't fight back at all. He just sits there and takes it. I think this is a branching point, because I think there's two reasons for that. One is the obvious one. He's not actually here to hurt her. He is specifically here to help guide her towards this Zerus thing. And he's just like, yep. The other reason is also there. Remember, this is Zeratul, someone who is, at this point in time, still, for all intents and purposes, a Death Seeker. Someone who still has the tremendous and terrible burden of guilt from everything that happened with Rashagal, and everything else that's happened as well. So, he probably just let her beat on him for a while before he finally interacted, because he feels he deserves it. He feels it is a valid thing for her to do. But the fact that she knew his name is basically a plot hole, because if she remembers, then that contradicts the fact that she doesn't remember. However, it is possible, if I'm feeling generous, it could be explained away in the fact that, as we've already established, some of her memories are there and some of her memories are not. Ergo, it is entirely feasible that she does remember Zeratul, even though she has forgotten Abathur, even though she partially remembers Abathur. She also has forgotten Isha, even though she made Isha, and you get my point. So it is entirely possible this is just one of those memories that slipped through the cracks, if I'm trying to explain it. Now, I'm not sure where I want to go next, actually.
Nafash.
That's roaches and hydrolist. So... Alright, we'll do Zerus next.
Zerus, birth world of the Zerg. It lies far beyond the Kapru sector, where no Terran has ventured. You must go to that ancient place, Kerrigan. Learn its secrets, and take its power.
That is also another valid interpretation. I'm sorry, I haven't been mentioning recently. We talked about this actually back in Wings of Liberty. It is entirely possible... I raised my eyebrow, you Equalitus. It is entirely possible that that Kerrigan is just mentally destroyed from the fact that she does remember what she did, and her mind has basically self-lobotomized itself, and she is consciously or unconsciously blocking all of her memories, and certain ones only come up under the right circumstances. So probably not tall, at least not for a while. There's no need for one. That is another valid interpretation, Kemek. Like I said, if you're telling me, asking me what the canon answer is, the canon answer is the different writing staff disagree with each other on what the canon answer is. So there is no canon answer. It's up to our interpretation.
My need to see Mensk dead called me here. These Zerg will help me destroy Core Hall.
You must let Zerus remake you, Kerrigan. The final war nears, and there is little time.
I don't have to do a damn thing. I will not be a pawn in your prophecies.
But you will do anything to have your revenge.
Anything.
Then that is enough.
Actually, to quote, I've looked into that specific point. believe it or not, that is not actually a plot hole to Quetta. There is an explanation for it. Whether it's a valid explanation is going to depend on your opinion, but there is an explanation for it. Ugh.
Why are you helping me, Zeratul? You have more cause to hate me than most.
See,
the Zelnaga wish you restored as the leader of the swarm.
You know I don't believe in your mad prophecies.
Your belief is not required. I act for the greater good, though it earns me the hatred of my own people.
Spare me your self-pity, Zeratul. Everyone has to make peace with their own choices.
I made my peace long ago. When we are done here, I will return to my people and accept their judgment.
We all have to pay for our actions someday. I guess your day is almost here.
Note how she says that, which is also doubly funny since both Zeratul and Kerrigan are both interested, both people who are willing to die and carry around a large burden of grief with them. I also find that's one reason why Kerrigan shows so little empathy towards Zeratul. She's ready to die, why isn't he? I also like how bluntly he answers her, which basically saying, I am ready to die. I'm really curious what's going to happen with Zeratul when we get to Legacy of the Void, since, as he said, he's going to return to the Protoss and he's going to accept their judgment. And we know how kind and loving and caring and tender the Protoss are when it comes to frickin' judgment, don't we?
I'm looking through the eyes of my overlords. These Primal Zerg are fascinating. They show no signs of age.
All organisms age, even Zerg.
But the Primals feed off the essence of individuals. They're in a state of constant evolution. They don't die.
Until they are killed by another Primal.
True. The most successful hunters among them must be incredibly ancient and incredibly dangerous.
And then Zeratul walks up, and as the hybrid fleet shows up, they like, oh my god, what do we do, Zeratul? And Zeratul walks up and says, we fight or we die.
We came from this place?
The Zerg first evolved here, yes.
I do not like it. A soft world. Char is far superior.
Don't be so sure. Zerus may prove more dangerous than any world we've known.
Actually, Chemic, that's interesting you say that. So let's talk about the Primal Zerg a little bit. The Primal Zerg are basically the mirror image of what the Swarm are. The Primal Zerg do everything... The Primal Zerg do everything that the regular Zerg do, that the Swarm does, except they do it on an individual level. Each individual Zerg is constantly in a literal non-stop struggle for survival, a Darwinist, survivalist, survival of the fittest kind of a thing going on. And every single Primal Zerg has the ability, the supernatural ability, to literally change their biology on the fly based on any essence that they manage to gain. Now, this is fascinating to me. There is actually a surprisingly large amount of social structure and hierarchy amongst the Primal Zerg, as you might imagine, because it is logical that the mutations and the survival of the fittest is not solely limited to claws and fangs and skin. There's other ways to survive. In fact, we human beings in real life are an excellent example of that. We are technically inferior to the most forms of life on this planet when it comes to sheer survival, except for the fact that we have several other things that enable us to bypass that, most notably our social structure and our tool use capacity, and these things right here, which are a huge advantage. So, yeah, the Primal Zerg are awesome. It's a great way to do this. For record, by the way, I actually have an essence counter. It's right here. It's on the paper. But if you guys want me to keep track of it on the stream like I usually do, I will totally do that. Let's go ahead and get an essence counter right here. So we're at 0 right now.
We will never conquer our enemies by doing nothing.
Shut up, Isha. There we go. So yes, the older the Primal Zerg, the higher up on the food chain they would be. In fact, as we'll discuss, that's one of the reasons why Zervin, or whatever his name is the way he is. We'll talk a little bit more about him in a moment. But the weird thing is, well, you know what? I think I'll save that discussion for a moment.
What do you think of the Primal Zerg?
Dynamic, varied, interesting, messy, unsuccessful.
I thought you'd like them. As individuals, they constantly evolve to be more efficient killers.
Primal Zerg, reactionary, improvised, some good sequences can steal. Swarm, efficient, careful improvements, successful.
So, Abathur gets really pissed off at the Primal Zerg later. We'll talk about that when he actually does it. We leveled? Nope, okay.
The Primal Zerg are disturbed by our presence. They gather even now, preparing to destroy us.
Okay.
I sense something. An ancient consciousness. Sleeping.
The Ancient One. A Primal Zerg who witnessed the creation of the Overmind.
You want me to awaken it, don't you?
If you truly seek the power of Zerus, you will need the Ancient One.
My queen, enemy primals are massing nearby. They are going to attack us.
They wish to stop you from speaking with the Ancient One. What will you do?
What my enemies fear most. Always.
You are on the path, and no longer need my guidance. You will not see me again, Kerrigan.
See it, Dakota. So here's an interesting question. Do you think he is correct? Do you think Kerrigan will not see Zeratul again? Because that is possible. Yes, I do, Dirty Fish Cake. Although probably not after a second Warcraft film. Alright.
So this is the Ancient One.
To awaken this creature, we must feed it.
Look at all those teeth. God.
There's a lot of biomass here. We'll kill these Quilgore and have drones harvest meat from their corpses.
This is such a gross mission.
Once the drone is done harvesting, it will drag the biomass to the Ancient.
Nom nom nom.
Wrath speaks now. You intrude on my territory, corrupt Zerg. We will devour your flesh.
Warning. A force of Primal Zerg flyers is preparing to assault the Hive Cluster.
Mutalisks reconstituted, ready for your armies. Will destroy Primal Guardians.
Primal Zerg forces are massing nearby. They are likely to attack again.
Let them try.
Okay. So mutas are a little different in StarCraft 2.
This pack of Quilgore is our first target. Let's move out.
As you can kind of see here. Basically, their attacks look, well, I'm sorry, look, I'm using the wrong word. They sound a little less horrible. See you around, British Twitch.
A drone can harvest biomass from this Quilgore. The process is slow, and our drone will be vulnerable. We must protect it while it harvests.
So the Primal Zerg have the ability to communicate. I mention this because that's actually really... That's like the best way, if you're thinking about it, to explain, like, in one quick nutshell, why the Primal Zerg are completely different than the Swarm Zerg. An individual Primal Zerg can speak. I mean, think about the significance of that just for a moment. That could be Dios. Let's see, why don't we get...
We need to harvest this biomass quickly.
Shut up. The what? Third leg?
We require more minerals.
God. Look, guys. Dinner. God, that's gross. We also learn later about why the Primal Zerg react so violently to the Swarm Zerg, although it makes sense when you think about it, since the Swarm Zerg are basically the antithesis of what the Primal Zerg believe in, adhere to, etc. Probably not, Kimmick.
The biomass has been consumed.
Not at this point.
The Ancient One will require more to awaken.
Then find more Quilgore, Isha.
The leash
Yes,
that
my
Amon put
queen.
on it, put on the swarm, is pretty tight. Yeah, I love the look of Zerus as a whole, by the way. They get the primal, no pun intended, look
Quilgore
across very well, I think.
We must move quickly if we are to secure their biomass.
Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. There it is. You know, the funny thing is, I've already kind of said all the things I have to say about the Primal Zerg before we even got to this mission. This is why I don't like answering questions before I reach the relevant mission where it comes up. Because then I get to the relevant mission and it's like, well, see my previous thoughts on this matter. Go. Yeah, put it like right there. 4 hours. I have to be honest, this entire chunk of the story is, in my opinion, probably the weakest aspect of the entire story. It's basically, oh god, quick, we need certain things to happen. Quick, let's just make them happen. And that's pretty much what this chunk of the story is. Now, don't mistake me, Zeratul showing up out of the blue and wanting to convert Kerrigan, guide Kerrigan on the path, that actually makes perfect sense. As weird as that sounds, because remember, no one was doing anything with Kerrigan, and she was off doing her own thing. Raynor's in prison. Matt Horner and Valerian are kind of planning their own things, mostly related to the emotions, which we don't see, and trying to plan the rebellion against Mensk. So, no one's actually paying attention to Kerrigan and her efforts here, and they kind of need Kerrigan to be ready to go against Amon, and Zeratul knows that, so...
You must not wake the Ancient. Destroy the meat. Leave her nothing.
We have to stop them. Our forces can intercept their raiding parties.
So it makes perfect sense to me that he would try to personally interfere. That's not what I'm trying to say. But overall, they just needed a little bit more time to actually polish the writing of this section and make it make more sense, make it a little bit more coherent. It would have been relatively easy to make it so that rather than just, and then Zeratul's here, and then he tells her stuff, and then she goes and does stuff at the end. And they could have actually smoothed this out, basically. They could have used the Primal Zerg so much better, even though they are actually relevant to both the story and her plans. They're just kind of here. See you around, Bloodyhead. Welcome to my stream, as ever. Goodbye from my stream. Hope to see you in the future, man. We need resources, like, really badly. Why don't we get that going?
We require more minerals.
But That being said, I think this doesn't bother me as much as it should, for a reason that I'm going to try and explain here, because people try to call me out on this all the time, and I always just shake my head at them. Some people try to say I am biased, and my reaction to this, yes, and water is still wet. I do try not to be super biased. I do try to be as neutral and fair as I can. Of course, such a thing is impossible, but one thing I have said for years and 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 years is... there is no such thing as a perfect story. There is no such thing as a story that is just good. It doesn't happen. It doesn't exist. The only thing that is a story that has enough good to outweigh the bad. All stories have plot holes. All stories have bad points. All stories have bad writings. All stories have things that bug you, etc., etc., etc. There's no such thing as a story that is flawless. Hang on a second.
Primal forces are attacking Quilgore biomass.
Actually, water is very dry, believe it or not. I've been meaning to tell you guys about that. Water on Mars is very wet. Extremely. It's actually kind of disturbing, if I'm honest. Let's go and expand. Screw it. Nah. Probably third leg. But I am being serious. You know, there is such a thing as there's no such thing as the perfect story. There's no such thing as the story that is flawless. There's no such thing as that. So this particular section of the game, I have to be completely blunt, is flawed. It's very flawed. It's very poorly designed. It was clearly rushed. And yet, there's still so much awesome here that I'm willing to I'm willing to let it go.
I'm sensing
Does that make sense?
primal nearby.
Like, I'm not trying to justify it or defend it. I like the primal. Yeah,
strong sequences. Approach, absorb essence, will augment strength.
I feel stronger. This must be the power Zeratul spoke of.
What was I saying? I'm not trying to defend it. You know, I'm not trying to say this is good writing. I'm not trying to excuse plot holes that are here, that I also agree are here. I'm just trying to say that this section of the game doesn't bother me as much as other sections of the game would bother me, or other sections of other games would bother me, because I love what they do with this section. I love the usage of the Primal Zerg. I love the usage of the raid boss fights. I love the nature of these missions. I love the way that so many of these... oh my god, would you? Stop that. Let's do this. I love the aesthetic of the area. I love what they do to explain the Zerg. I think this is a great way to further elaborate on the history and the nature of the Zerg, and so forth and so on. So while this is absolutely a flawed section of the game, it doesn't affect my enjoyment of the game other than just looking at this saying, God, really? Alright, whatever. And that's pretty much what I think of it. It's like, alright, whatever. What are you gonna do? Dumb. And then I move on. So, you may feel free, as ever, to tell me I am incredibly stupid and retarded. But that's just the way I think on it. One.
We require more minerals.
That should be enough. And as ever, I'm open to your guys' thoughts, by the way. I don't want to sound inclusive here. So if you absolutely hate this section of the game, that's fine. And if you love this section of the game, that's fine. And if you think everything is stupid and you hate this game entirely because your name is Tall, then that's fine. I understand that, and I'm with that. Here's my definition of plot hole, to make this clear. A plot hole is when something happens that doesn't make sense in character, that was not designed to make sense in character, that only happens because they need it to happen to progress the story. Idiot ball is actually an example of a plot hole. When someone just picks up the idiot ball, that is an example of a plot hole. To name one thing like that. Dahaka is absolutely awesome. Hell yes. Now, probably my biggest complaint about Heroes of the Storm overall is it tries a little bit too hard to push the drama, which it didn't need to do, if that makes any sense. I personally feel like the drama is already there on display, and they didn't need to artificially inflate it. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that.
We require more.
Like I said, Groxix, I would have loved it if they'd spend more time on this. Oh, by the way, the Mutalisk weapon is acidic, so sometimes you'll see them melt away in acidic death, which is wonderfully horrifying. Did I keep calling this Heroes of the Storm? God damn it, this freaking game! Swarm! I'm just gonna start calling it Swarm. That's its new name, forevermore. Welcome to Swarm, the game! Frickin' frackin' frukin'.
Our forces are under attack.
That's true, Theodoricus. And then she attacks him for no frickin' reason, which is another example of, in my opinion, you know, plot holy bad writingness, but what the hell ever. Well, I was trying to say heart, because I call the other one Wings. Or just Wings of Liberty. But, I don't know, what do you think? Should we call it Swarm, or should we call it Heart? You be the judge. I have music on, right? Yeah, I do. Okay, I just can barely hear it. Now, we'll talk about him. I guess we don't have a lot of time right now. So we'll go ahead and talk about him right now. So, the Ancient One is a Zerg who has been here since before the Overmind was devised.
Primal Zerg forces incoming. Our drone must be protected.
Okay.
Primal forces are attacking Quilgore biomass.
Really? Really, guys? Herald of the Stars. Why don't we make you 3?
Your arrogance is unacceptable. Zerus will consume you.
I guess that's true. Alright, well, I'm going to try to make the effort to just start referring to this game as Heart, instead of, you know, Swarm or frickin' Heroes of the Storm, because I keep screwing that. It even sounds the same. It even, to the way I speak, Heroes of the Storm and Heart of the Swarm, it's the same syllables, it's the same type of vowels.
Our drone is under attack.
Whoops.
We should provide escorts so it can return the biomass safely.
I'm going to stab you, Isha, just so you know. Okay, so, the Ancient One. He's a guy who's been around since the Overmind was first yoked onto the Swarm. He is a fascinating example of the unique problem that the unique problem that the Primal Zerg face. Let me try and explain what I'm talking about here. Really, Baroness? Really? No kidding, Zed. Think of it this way. The Primal Zerg exist to eat each other's essence, consume and move on and become stronger, right? I mean, we all know this. That all makes sense. Question. What happens to a Primal Zerg when they have basically taken it all? They have taken all the essence they need. What happens to a Primal Zerg when they're on the top of the map, of the heap, basically? When they are stronger than anyone else, what does a Primal Zerg do? Now, I know what you're probably thinking, because you've played this game and you know exactly what the answer is. You stop. You stop trying. No one else has gotten stronger than you. No one else is better than you. The Primal Zerg only move forward by consuming those who are stronger than them. And once you get to the top of the heap, no one else is stronger than you. So the only way to advance, the only way to move forward and push yourself, is to find someone else who is stronger than you. So you just go and wait. And wait. And wait. And hope that someone else will be able to combine all their essences long enough to be at your level, because you need someone at or above. And then once they are, then you go after them. So this guy, you notice all these rocks around him? This is actually indicative. He didn't just burrow into the earth and sleep here. He has been here for a ludicrous amount of time. We're talking centuries at this point. Because he gave up on someone actually being able to reach him in terms of strength forever ago. And so he just laid down and stopped trying. And then centuries passed. All of this rock, all of this building has built up around him. Sediment and dust and whatnot, just slowly evolving around him. And the best part is you're like, well, why did the other Primal Zerg go after him? Two answers for that. Number one, none of them could. None of them could beat him, even with him not trying. Even with him just laying there, lounging there, purposeless and pointless. None of the other Primal Zerg could beat him. That's how high up on the power scale he was. That's how far up on the food chain he was. And after a while...
Primal organism detected. Function similar to Hive. Spawns primals. Annihilation recommended.
Okay. And after a while, it reached the point where the primals...
Brack's forces are destroying Quilgore
Would you shut
biomass.
up? It reached the point where the primals, for all intents and purposes... Remember, the primals have an actual social hierarchy. They actually have... the concept of a culture and the concept of having a clan structure and a tribe structure and all that fun stuff. So they would after a while grow to revere him and to not want to encounter him and to not want to disturb him and interrupt him. So at first I'm sure they tried to go after him and literally failed. And then after that it was just like, well... And it probably got to the point where, for all intents and purposes, remember, these are Primal Zerg. What do they follow? What is everything about the Primal Zerg? Is the evolution, the mutation, the adaptation, the growing stronger and becoming more, right? What would the Primal Zerg value more? A building? Or another Primal Zerg who has reached the apex of their society? What I'm trying to say is he is literally a sacred temple to the Primal Zerg. He just happens to be a thing, a person, to become that sacred temple. Because that makes sense that the Primal Zerg would do that. And again, that's brilliant. I love that. It makes perfect sense. It's wonderfully alien. And it still actually has an analogous component towards human society, so we can understand that. See you around, Groxix. Like I said, there's some really good stuff with the Primal Zerg, and I really feel like they just scratched the surface of how much they could have done with this section. It's good stuff. It's just... man. He combats gingivitis because he is so powerful
Forces are destroying Quilgore biomass.
that he just... his existence combats gingivitis. He's just sitting there, and the bacteria in his mouth is defeating other bacteria as he sits there. Actually, I'm kind of speaking facetiously, but there are implications, especially in some of the interviews I've seen, that I still can't remember his name, but the ancient one actually has symbiotic creatures in him that basically combat normal, mundane threats like plague and disease and whatnot for him, while he just kind of continues to sit there and does nothing. I don't know if that's true or not. I just thought I'd share it. Ah, there's one. I knew there was one down here somewhere.
Swarm hungers.
Is it Zervin? I mentioned that earlier, but I wasn't sure about it. By the way, small point of note. I find it interesting that Kerrigan can't cloak, even though she has the suit right now. Do you think that's a plot hole, or do you think they just didn't want you to... or, excuse me, do you think there's a lore reason for it, or do you just think they were trying to avoid you... In other words, do you think it's a gameplay reason, or do you think it's a lore reason? Because, both are valid answers. It could also be both. Because they didn't want you to have access to a cloaking super unit. Personally, since, you know, that's what I do, is I give my theories on this channel.
Quilgore biomass under attack.
Would you stop that? My personal take on it, oh, that would be awesome, Theodorphus. My personal take on it is actually that it is a lore reason. Now, I know you're looking at me like, oh, come on, Arsh, everything's a lore reason with you. Hear me out, okay? What's the gameplay detriment to having her... What's the point, gameplay-wise, of not allowing her to cloak, is what I'm trying to say.
Push ahead.
Cloak is just frankly not that useful, for the most part. There really is just not a lot of benefit to it, and Kerrigan, as a unit, would not really be benefited by having a cloak. The only thing it would do is change their mission structure, so a lot of the missions would have to have detectors around, because every Rose has 1 billion detectors. It's not that hard. They could have counterbalanced that easily and immediately. So there is, in my opinion, no actual gameplay reason for removing it from her retinue.
This essence is so alive. I think I like it.
Oh yeah, essence! Essence! Hang on. We're actually at a 2 on the essence counter, because Abathur said something, and then she said something, so we're at a 2. Hang on, why don't we really make this... Yeah, we'll do this. Where's my drone?
Yes?
My drone's dead, isn't he?
Brack's forces are destroying Quilgore biomass.
Really? Really, guys? Anywho, that's just my take on it. No, you're like, well, okay, then you said there's no gameplay reason, well, what's the lore reason? She's not thinking like that anymore. Seriously. It's just not in her mind anymore to bother to cloak herself.
The swarm hungers.
So she's not cloaking. She has the suit, she has the knowledge, she has the power, but she's just walking around destroying everything in her path. She is not being subtle. Remember what I mentioned earlier? I want to take the swarm and go attack Core Hall. There's no subtlety in that. There's no cloak in that. But again, that's just my take on it. Yeah, it pretty much exactly where I'm going with that, G-John. There's no need for her to cloak. Ooh, that was actually close. And remember, this is Kerrigan at her second strongest right now. She's about to be even stronger. And become arguably the strongest thing in the setting other than Amon himself. Since she'll actually be stronger than Duran after this. Yes, lots and lots of daggers.
Primal forces are attacking Quilgore biomass.
So...
Nothing stands in the way of the swarm.
One of the reasons I tend to lean so heavily on Mutalisks in this mission is that fast attack response force. The same reason I always lean on Mutalisks back in the original Starcraft. I feel like they made the missions in Heart of the Swarm a little better, so that you don't absolutely need the unit that is being introduced in the mission in order to succeed. It is simply better. You know, it is beneficial to have the... It is beneficial to have that unit for the completion of that mission, if that makes any kind of sense at all. But speaking of which, the swarm of Mutalisks. I think we're almost done with this one. Yeah, we are. Let's go ahead and finish this up, shall we? Yeah, let's do this one. See, that's the thing, Night Forager. I don't think that. I think if they're going to make a StarCraft 3, they should go ahead and make a new engine, which is also one of the reasons why I'm against there being a StarCraft 3. Damn it, the hell's really... It wouldn't let me burrow him. Yeah, whatever.
Primal forces are attacking Quilgore biomass.
Do you mind? But yeah, I don't really think we're due for a StarCraft 3 anytime soon. StarCraft 2's engine is amazing, flexible, high-tech, good graphics, smooth, very adaptable. They really don't need a new engine anytime soon. If they're going to make a StarCraft 3, it's going to be years and years from now. Oh my god. I'm going to send wave after wave of my own drones at you. And I'm gonna win. Wave after wave of my own drones. But I agree. I'm not against more StarCraft in the future, like the distant future. But most people, when they're asking the question, they're asking like within the next few years, like most expansions work. Now, 12 years from now? Yeah, sure. Let's have a new StarCraft engine and a new thing right there, right now. Yeah, a new engine, new game, new etc. But as of this exact moment in time, StarCraft 2, and I agree with what Samurai said, is basically the best RTS engine out there. There's so much you can do with it. And it's awesome.
Grow greedy. It shall be your downfall.
Yeah, 12. Those were a long 12 years, guys. I'm sure at least some of you understand. Yeah, no kidding, Theodorgos.
We're almost done here.
Blanket the sky with mutalisks. Yeah, I think it went to Android sometime after it came out on Apple. I don't know details, obviously.
Are attacking Quilgore biomass.
I still agree with you, Chemic, on that. I'm telling you, FPS, ARPG, 4X, plenty of options for a new StarCraft game.
Primal forces are attacking Quilgore biomass.
Half-Life 3, yeah. Oh, we're done.
This ends now, corrupt Zerg. I will kill you myself.
Defend the hive cluster.
We should totally have a hive cluster counter.
Your empty minions are no match for the might of the Primal Zerg.
A lot of his the dialogue of the Primal Zerg is indicative of their mentality. Empty minions, corrupt Zerg, etc., etc. These Zerg believe the Swarm are the antithesis of what the Zerg should be. That's debatable, heavily debatable, actually. But you can totally see where they're coming with that. Oh, a space sync? Yeah. So here's Zervin. We woke him up. He's big. Like, really big.
I return.
Ancient One, I am here for the power of Zerus. I will sacrifice anything to achieve my goal. You will help me.
Your swarm bears the mark of Amon, the fallen Zernaga, who came to Zerus long ago. He forged the Zerg into a weapon and took them away. Yet, some of us were hidden, overlooked. We multiplied. We remain pure. If you seek our power, you must become Primal Zerg. You must become pure.
Note how he pretty much immediately agrees to help her. There's a reason for that. He even admits it himself. That is also the very first time ever we hear the word Amon. That was kind of a casual reveal. You know, sometimes there's this big thing like, my name is Khan, and there's the musical cue, and there's the big dramatic tension, and sometimes someone says it casually and idly and just kind of slides it under the rug, and that's a much more, in my opinion, a much better way to get across that kind of revelation. Because again, all of a sudden it's like, and Amon, what, Amon, what, who is this guy? And we can put the pieces together for ourselves on that.
My queen, why did we wake the Ancient One? Its power outstrips even yours.
The Ancient One is key to unlocking the power of Zerus, and I need that knowledge.
Will it not destroy us?
It's called a gamble. It's something Terrans do when their instincts tell them the time is right.
I see. Just as when the Terran James Raynor came to Char to return you to your original form.
Yes, just like that. The thing about gambles, Isha, is that sometimes you lose.
Yeah, no kidding. Let's ask Mensk about gambles where he loses. Oh, let me guess. You were playing this after it came out, Samurai. I played this the day it came out. And so I had nothing to research. I was just like, you know.
The Primal Zerg say the swarm is corrupted. What did the fallen Xel'Naga Amon do to us?
He desired our strength, the ability to steal essence. But we were independent. We would not follow.
Hey, Shadow.
And so he bound the Zerg to a single overriding will. They lost their identity and became his slaves.
The hive mind. That's Amon's corruption?
It is. And a terrible fate for a strong Primal Zerg.
Zervin was actually there when Amon did that, by the way. He's pretty damned old. We don't know if he was an apex predator back then. I suspect he was not. But he was there. Alright, I want everyone to give Shadow hugs. Go! Let's go see what Abathur has to say.
Primal Zerg. Unacceptable.
This is funny.
Must be wiped clean. No trace left. Destroy Primal Zerg.
What are you talking about?
Saw ranged Primal Zerg creatures on battlefield. Based on Hydralisk. Primal Zerg stole design from Swarm. Swarm on planet for hours. Days. Already being replicated.
Abathur. Are you upset?
Unacceptable. Swarm's power, ability to assimilate strengths. Primal Zerg must not take from us.
Don't worry about it. They'll be on our side before I'm done here.
So that's why there's Hydralisk and Mutalisk Primal Zergs lying around. They literally killed and absorbed the essence from some of ours and turned it into their own. It's admittedly a bit of a hand wave, so they don't have to make completely new units with completely new skeletons and meshes for the primals. But nevertheless, I like that they bothered to make an excuse for it at all. Now, one in response to Titan's question, Zervin is the apex predator of the entire planet. No one else has ever actually been able to reach his level of strength. What do we got? Increase armor to damage to armored. No longer bounces. It is a good excuse, Night Forger. Like I said, I'm not saying that's like a hand wave. I'm just pointing it out. Because they did bother, and I usually like it when they bother to have a lore reason for a gameplay thing. I like that. Always have. Damn it. I like the out-of-combat region. That's pretty helpful. So we can give them more AoE, single target, or region. All three of these are really useful, actually. For this section, we'll go ahead and do the regen. We're on casual. This should be easy. Are we level enough? That's a good question, Kelson. But I don't actually think a human would have the ability to absorb the Primal Zerg's essence, basically. Because that's actually the ability of the Zerg. That is actually their unique distinguishing feature, their ability to consume essence. For those of you curious, essence is kind of ill-defined on purpose, but it has to do with a combination of physical and metaphysical. It literally refers to the DNA, the design structure, the bone, whatever, and the more metaphysical energy and style and the way that a creature functions. This is also why Zerg cannot consume the essence of Protoss, because both are incompatible with the Zerg. So.
Travel to to the birthplace of the Zerg. There,
yeah, this
you
mission.
will be tested. You may be torn apart. If your rage makes you strong enough, the power of Zerus will be yours.
One thing I kind of wish was that this, the primal pool was explained a little better, and it isn't. And that sucks. I actually need a little bit of a break, and this is a good time to split up the file. Don't worry, I'm only going to be gone for a few minutes. I'm just going to hit the bathroom and clean my face up and grab a drink. And again, I'm going to chop off the recording, so I'm not uploading a 7-hour video. So I will be right back, guys. Oh, or maybe we'll play the cutscene first.
You have come to this place seeking power.
Power to kill Mensk. Tell me what I must do.
The power is more ancient even than I. It comes at great cost. What will you sacrifice to have your revenge?
Everything.
So it's a spawning pool.
Must feel the power.
Because that makes sense.
Go to it.
Okay, we
The
pause.
Primal Zerg have been alerted to your arrival. They are coming for you.
Abathur, send me the creature you've been working on. The swarm host.
Adapted using primal essence. Spawns locusts to kill enemies.
Okay, now I'll be right back. Sorry, guys.